So if we don't continue this move through that 312 area here, then we might have to just kind of reassess the situation. So you see the defense, we run into the resistance zones, and then boom, defense, and then you can see those orders continuously being flushed on the bid and below the bid. All right, guys, so keep that in mind. There is some open interest at 330. It is relatively larger than what we are seeing from the rest of the OI throughout these strikes on this week's expiration cycle. So we do need to keep an eye out on this one too. All right, guys, so 340 and 330 and 340 do have the highest levels of OI. Right now, you can see 36,000 open contracts. We're continuously knocking on that door, having a hard time breaking through and holding that level. But NVDA seem to do it, and I believe that Tesla can get to that level as well. So 340 and 330 right there. You see some high levels. This might be in the works here for this week. 340 on TSLA. So we like that. That's a positive sign. But let's see if this move can be sustained. The volume on the lower time frames was starting to pick up, but we're not seeing that being translated to the higher time frames just yet. All right. So be patient. There is some key support, pre-market support levels that we need to break through. And then after that, if we do have the ability to breach them, then hopefully we can sit on top of the range and start to participate in this breakout. And we're going to look to add into this position most definitely. But you can see the strength on the taping display. But then also look at the size here. Look at the size here, guys. I'm trying to keep it focused for you. Look at this size. Look at the defense size. Boom, 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 boom. Look at this size. 1,000. These are shares 20. The other one's like 3,400, etc. So you got to keep an eye out on that stuff. And then when we're flushing at the ask, it's not relatively as large. So that's some signs that we need to keep an eye out for. And if we don't break, then we might have to exit this trade slightly earlier because the market's been on a big time run, and Tesla has failed to participate on this rally that we're seeing here today. So again, being as patient, holding as long as I possibly can, but as long as I continuously see these flushes of strength, I think I have a good opportunity to catch this breakout here. Sure.
Well said, Joseph. All right. Involved in a new trade, SOGP. This one just weaseled onto my scanner right now. It is number 2 on my scanner below RGC. That is since the bell rung. So this thing is up 40% since the bell rung on the day, meaning from 4 a.m. onwards. It's only up 32 and a quarter. Where are we long? Uh-oh. I don't like being long 13s, Joseph. I'm gonna flatten the position. No, I'm kidding, of course. I only just don't. You're long 13s, eh?
You know, 5.
I like that. I like that. Okay. So I don't put 5 on. I put 5 on fat sock, dude. Get it, Adara. All right, so we're keeping an eye here on SOGP, taking a few prints out already. Posted a third print there. Boom. Now we're waiting at 22s. It's showing me 22s on the level 2. Alas, it has to cross on the bid as well, showing 20s on the bid. So let's back our patience. Then I'm waiting at 25s. Let's go ahead and wait at 27s as well. Make sure to like and subscribe, guys. It's the only way the channel is going to grow. And everything we get over here, we throw back into it. Case in point, Studio 8. This thing's costing us our hearing. It's costing us our good ventilation system. No, I'm playing, of course. We're just, exaggerating for effect. But the point is, we throw everything back into the show to make it better. So liking and subscribing certainly helps, and we thank you guys for that. So SOGP, long at 13s. I do have a planned DCA to defend that, what's it called? The volume weighted average price, which is currently about 1 penny separated from that 10 EMA. So I happen to like that level. Let's go ahead and post. We're going to wait at 7s over here. So we're going to go long at 207. That's going to be a planned dip trade. Excuse me. Yeah, I just took out the entire position. Oh, I need hockeys. That's all right. We'll look to get back in. So let's go ahead and set up another position over here at the 207 area that I liked. So keeping an eye on SOGP. Let's flip to MFI. We don't have that on our trading screen quite yet. MFI, this one, 449 high a day. It seems to have, that selling in and around 40, despite the fact that the high of the day is 49. The selling seems to come in every time at that 40 penny level. So this one could be a parabolic breaker to the high side above that 50 penny area. My move here is going to be try to set up at the 10 exponential. So I'm going to set up a dip trade, Joseph, at 4 1/4, and then come what may. What do you got over there? Tell them.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking at Amazon just not stopping, can't stop, won't stop here at this point. Yeah, exactly. Can't stop, won't stop here at this point, guys. Now trading up to 215, closer to 216. think there's a good opportunity in the 40s to start grabbing some contracts and then possibly move for that all-time high break, because we are only about 5% off of it. So yeah, that's a really good look there, guys. So Tesla still lagging, NVDA breaking through that 145 call wall, Amazon moving like it's an unstoppable force right now. But yeah, that's a really good look in some of these tech names. With that being said, guys, let's take a look at some of the top performing sectors here, and that's going to be led by tech, up about 1.8% on the session. Financial sitting in second, so we can take a look at XLF later, but we're up 1.5 there in the communication service, up 1.5, sorry, and then utilities up about 0.25%, healthcare down about 0.2, and then we have energy taking it on the nose there, guys, down about 0.7 per Sharif.
Oh boy, this feels very frustrating. Like, look at that.
Oh, you got out too early?
I didn't get out too early. I punched out too early. Like, that's very frustrating. Okay, so we're going to keep an eye on that. I'm also long MF5. We just punched in. Where did I get in at? The $0.25. It's showing me 40s. This one is spready. Look at that. It's clearing 2 of my orders, but it's not printing either. 3 of my orders now, and it's not printing either. Well, why is that? Because it has to pass on the bid as well. This is the ask on the spread, right? Or sorry, the ask on the level 2, and this is the bid. It's a 15 penny spread right now on MFI. So even if it clears it on the ask, there has to be that buyer willing to pay that much money. There we go. We get all 3 prints. This one's really going here again, guys. MFI, keep your eye on this one. Adira.
Just be aware here. I guess we're getting some comments coming through from a spokesperson of Air India Express saying that, quote, one of our flights returned to Delhi after takeoff due to a suspected technical issue. That's currently what they're calling the crash right now, which did involve a Boeing 787 Dreamliner. This statement might be ongoing. I'm not entirely sure, just reading comments on X, but if we get any more comments coming from this Air India spokesperson, I will absolutely keep you guys posted. Keep an eye on BA and be careful if you're trading this one right now, guys. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adira. Much appreciated. Yeah, guys, so we're still sitting in this. If it cracks VWAP, then I'll just hop out of it, because now that Tesla hasn't been participating in this rally to the top side, if the market does decide to want to turn around, I think that weakness will start to step in here in Tesla, and I don't want to be any part of that because I'm obviously long here, guys. So just keep that in mind. The Qs have put in a new high a day, being led by the likes of NVDA and Amazon. So a really good look. I can't say that Apple's participating on this rally because it clearly isn't here, guys. So a really tough look here in AAPL. So liquid glass, I heard it was getting Windows Vista comparisons, but I mean, that's a while back, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, keep an eye on what we got going on here, guys. There you go. So you can see the weakness continuously displayed here in Tesla. That 330 call wall is being heavily defended, while Amazon and NVIDIA are continuously putting in new highs, guys. So you want to stick to the strong names. What's Palantir up to? I know it was trading relatively well this morning, so we can take a look at Palantir here momentarily as soon as I pull it up. Bitcoin just consolidating. I did grab some more contracts this morning, and we'll build on that thesis here in just a second. What was I looking for here? NVDA. We've just seen that. Okay, so still climbing higher. What's Google up to? Okay, choppy, that'd be tough to sit through, but this is what the one that I was looking for here was Palantir. I'm curious to see if it's continuing to climb. So 144 and change. Let's take a look at the options chain to see if we have any high levels of OI right there. I was watching some videos on Palantir over the weekend. You do 16,000, so nothing substantial, guys. We can see significantly higher prices, maybe up into 150 by the end of the week in Palantir, Sharif.
All right, guys. CGTL is breaking out. This is one that we brought you guys right at the top of the show. This one was in a very consolidative mood when we were looking at it. It had a very bad day Friday. Big move up right at 9:30, 300,000 shares per candle on average here, and then we're continuing about 150,000 shares per candle, just a little bit more than half right now, a little bit less, excuse me, or no, actually more. In general, we have about 200,000, maybe 175,000, give or take, per candle. So good amount of volume after kind of a dry spell here between maybe 10:40 and 11 o'clock. Up into that $1.75 it goes. So certainly keeping an eye out on that one. I'm still involved in MFI. We've got a nice position going here now, showing me 38s. We're long 45s. I also SOGP, look, I made a mistake. I got out of the entire position super quick by accident, so I punched back in. I had a dip trade right at 20, and we scalped this one out nicely into about a little bit less than 30. So keeping an eye on this one. It's got a topping tail candle right now that I don't really like on the 5-minute chart with a 243 high, and then down it goes into about 215. Now it's got 2 candle sequence of lower high, lower low. Prior to that, it had been basically a higher high, higher low type situation. So the current candle low right now is 211. It's showing me 220s. It's above VWAP. It did wick below VWAP. So here's the deal. I still like how this one's trading. It doesn't have the most amount of volume quite yet, to be honest. Only 1.18 million shares. That's not really that much, but it is holding up with a good pattern, right? So it's a spready ticker in the sense that it's got about 5 penny spread on a $2 name at times. Right now it's 2 pennies, which is definitely not my preference for these ones, no doubt about it. I'd like them to see them, very liquid and with a 1 penny spread at all times. But I'm trying to think about how I want to work my way into this. Do I want to wait for that 5-minute candle that we're currently on to close at half past the hour, or do I like the area here where this one found support? So if I was to punch in at 22s right now, I can get out on the break of 10. I'm just trying to think this one through as we speak. I think I'm going to wait for that 5-minute candle to close, just given the fact that we preceded the current candle with a topping tail, and that I don't like the look of that one's jib. Back to MFI, we continue to be spready on this one as well, much to my chagrin, but we are holding up at key levels using that 10 exponential moving average on the 5 that I happen to like to really trade off a lot with these small cap gappers. So I'm going to pack my patience with this one. I'm going to keep going back here between SOGP and MFI because I'm trying to figure out whether I want to get in to this SOGP trade. So looking quickly here at the atomic clock, we've got about 20 seconds left on this current 5-minute candle here. So we're at 15s. Here's the deal, Joseph. We're going to get in here and we're going to give it to 7s. So let's go ahead and just do that right now. Now the spread is opening up. Let's see if we can get 19s. It doesn't give us 19s. Fine. Or now we get 19s. Now where's the candle low? We said 11, so we're going to give this one down into, let's go to 6, and then we're going to go all the way just like that. So exactly as I wanted to do. Where we long? We're long 19s. Let's go ahead and take out some profits and layer the orders for a move up, if it is to move up. Who the hell knows, right? Mm-hmm. So we're going to keep an eye out on that one and see what comes. CGTL at highs again. Looking to take out that $1.75, so we might have to work our way into there, Joseph. What do you got, my man?
Yeah, good look there, guys. So Tesla is still continuously chopping around here in the by the volume-weighted average price, I should say, sorry. So yeah, we're rejecting those key resistance zones, but we're also holding some support levels as well, too. So I want to see who's going to give first, what party is going to win this battle. It's either the Bears versus or the Bulls. So I'm average price, and I think that's going to be it for attempts on TSLL for me. and then once it cracked, it held that side, then boom. I mean, you're at if you were in at 100.
Fundamentally different when you see it on the big names where it takes a lot of money and a lot of shares to
CBS reporting that Donald Trump is not intending to sign the G7 statement on what's happening here between Israel.
Donald stated that before, that he would get along better with a liberal party than he would with the conservative.
in the Western democratic world because they look at him as an authoritarian dictator.
Yeah.
And the dude Wow, what's going on?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, guys. All right, so I hopped out of this Tesla as it cracked through the
Chat. Thanks to the chat, man.
Yeah, thanks, chat, for that. And then you can see the volume also supporting this. This is what we want to see. That's a genuine move here. You need to climb higher. What's Spaghetti up to? It's starting to participate as well, too. And what do we just do? QBTS? QBTS is the next one. D-Wave. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. D-Wave is in a really nice spot. I got to hop in this D-Wave. Yeah, I really like D-Wave right now. QBT. Is it noisy? Yes, it is. All right, let's be patient. See if we can get it only just did a quantum move without me there showing quantum leap. So I'm not going to chase it up here. We'll be patient, wait for that pullback here in QBTS. And yeah, see if we can get this ball rolling here today, guys.
All right, guys, here we go. What's it called? SOGP moving back up into that $0.25. We have now a new 5-minute candle to make a new high with a newer high and a higher low. That's the good news. The bad news is MFI is starting to move me off, okay? So we might be short-lived in that one. It's been putting in umpteen amount of lower highs. I'm breaking even it currently on it. Excuse me, I can speak 4.25 is where it's going. But before we send you to Adara, I gotta let you know that SRM is breaking loose to the high side. It's going buck wild. It's up 435%. Put some dang respect on this one's name. It's about to take out $8, $7.90 high. SRM. Sorry, 1 second, Adara. I'm just gonna give them the information on it. SRM, guys, a float of 10 million shares or thereabout. Light short float here, about 2.25, a little bit less than 2.25%. Adara, give us the goods.
Letting you guys know this brief little welcome here with Prime Minister Carney and President Trump has ended. It was just supposed to be, I guess, kind of a welcome. As mentioned here, there were for some questions, I guess generally speaking, about trade and what would be discussed at the summit. Nothing super market moving here, but be aware the summit is happening, and I will continue to provide coverage when it's relevant to the market, or specifically when it has to do with trade, so that you guys are apprised of what's happening, because it can and does matter to the market. Back to you.
Super important. You see what they were doing. They were doing all sorts of, drills and stuff out there, because their boy Donald comes in that giant motorcade that like stretches like some odd kilometers. And they were doing all sorts of practice drills, and just because the place I have is right by the airport, right? So everyone, the V2 Ospreys, like you get texts from like from the lieutenant, like, what the hell's going on? I'm like, all right, man, calm down. Donald's coming in town, right? Donald's coming. Yeah, so everything's good there, man. It's a nice move, man. I like how where it feels. I don't know how you feel about this, but it feels like we could get a couple of trade dealers under our belt sooner rather than later.
Yep.
And I don't want to say this market needs any help. We're back at 22,000 or thereabouts, but you feel like we could really take the top off here. We'll get a couple of good trade deals.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I mean, just to add a little bit more wind to the tail there, if we do get some deals being struck in the week or coming weeks, as Adair brought to us as well too, I think it is going to, as soon as more deals, I think you're going to start to get that avalanche effect, is when one deal starts being made and another one and another one. And I think it will bring the market into all-time highs, because we are only about 1.5% off of it. So we're not too far. And I mean, like from a headwind standpoint, I think things are starting to cool off a bit. A little bit. Yeah, a little Middle East still is a bit of a problem. Always, right? Yeah, I mean, for me, Sharif, I don't want to get too involved into that, but again, unfortunately, it's a thing that's continuously happening. So again, once that starts to cool off and the media decides that they want to start following something else, and if it's something positive, then I think we're going to be sitting in a good position in this market here, guys. And when Donald said those about a month or two ago now, it's a good time to buy stocks. Next time he said, buy stocks, apparently, because the market is on a 50% run from the Liberation Day lows. So, I mean, the guy giving away his hand, and hopefully a lot of us started to follow and participate on that front. So, yeah, that's how I'm feeling about it. You guys better buy now. You said it once, not once, but twice. The man told us to buy stocks. So, hold on. You know what that is, Joseph? You want to know?
Fake news.
You
You are fake news. Fake news.
Fake news. It's very fake. Only I'm not fake.
Yeah, fake news.
That is Adara.
Yeah.
Oh, Adara, you gotta hit the button next time you want to do that, Adara.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't just.
I think the fact that
Oh, that's not what you did.
that's fake news.
That's not how she did it, guys. That's not how she did it.
You can
Thank
do
you for
it.
chiming in, Adara.
Yeah, no, good stuff here, guys. Another great day. See, we're always telling you that we're always having fun here. I'm not going to catch this move on QBTS because I was looking for that breakout to be sustained, but right now it's not looking like it because the selling pressure is starting to pick up a little bit as well too. So what I wanted to see is that now we had that breakout volume, and it was lagging its peers in the likes of Rigetti and QUBT. So we were hovering right at the volume weighted average price. And I was looking for that to continue in order for me to punch and then hopefully get that move. But unfortunately, that isn't the case. QBTS, you might want to look at it again for a buy. Yeah, let's pull that up. Because oh, no, so you said QBTS. Yeah, I'm still looking at it, but excuse me, what I'm seeing isn't exactly what I want. And top 7, never mind. He can do what he wants, right? This is.
Don't worry about that guy.
Yeah, exactly. So again,
as I want, if I want.
Exactly. So do what I want. So anyways, this is what I'm waiting for. QBTS not setting up exactly how I wanted to do. But one thing to note here is that we're starting to climb back towards these highs in Bitcoin. I like this continuation in strength. I actually bought another contract right here earlier this morning. I had an order and then it filled. So there we go. We have a couple contracts. They are out OTMs. They're further dated out December to be exact, and they're 65s. So I'm looking for this big time move here in Bitcoin in the coming days and take advantage of it. And if we get that a couple of days where we're just extremely bullish, then I'm going to look to add more contracts because I feel a type of way, and I think it's time to put on some extreme risk and try to make some big time plays here in the market, Sharif.
All right, we stopped out of MFI, Joseph, as it did break down below the 10 exponential. It broke down below the 20 as well. It looked like it may have found a little bit of support here at $4, right around 402, give or take. Volume weighted average price south of 4. So there is kind of a possible support zone. I want to say that $4 area of psychological support, as well as a volume weighted average price, which is right now my chart 391. So we'll see which way this cookie crumbles, but it really does seem like the SRM show right now. Where are you at, SRM? There it is. It's really going here, guys. So topping tail currently into 850, south of 8 it goes. I perceive this to have some support at around 7 to 6 2/3. Alas, it's like 5 pennies below $8 right now, so we're going to wait for that level to come in. But this could be the breakout right now. I mean, what I've seen before from SRM, which keeps me a little cautious at the moment, is every time, not every time, oftentimes, when this one makes area highs, intraday area highs, it seems to be met with aggressive selling subsequent. I'm talking about that initial move up right at 8:30 when this one caught the tailwind with the news. Again, over here, right at the open, catch it, makes that high a day, takes the pre-market high out, and then drops again. Now we're on an aggressive move. We're on a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candle uninterrupted green streak right now, and the high of the day is 8.5, and it looks like it's going to get taken out. Maybe. Let's see over here. Here we go. We're at 8.5 again, and there goes 8.5, 860. Right now, 870. So the aggression on SRM unabated, baby, as we move into that 500% mark. We're at 485, give or take. So keeping my eye on this one. Yeah, the micro pullback was the move here. Kind of sometimes hard to know whether you're in a micro pullback formation or whether you are selling off. That is part of the nuance here with trading these small cap gappers, being able to identify those. So SRM breaking out. It's the best looking small cap gapper, at least on my watch list and on my chart right now, and as well as my scanner. It is the #1 gapper up on the day, up 475%, give or take. So let's keep an eye on this one and look for good entry opportunities. I'm still involved in SOGP. It feels, I don't know, man, it's been putting in umpteen amount of higher lows, but there is a seller here at the $0.25, which has kept me unprinted for the last little while. So I'm not sure exactly how to feel about this one at the moment. The volume, though, is drying off substantially, and that is not what I want. Certainly not what I want here, guys. Usually that is a recipe for a bit of a down move. So keeping my eye fixated here on SOGP. Jameson telling me, though, about VOYG. Let me take a quick gander at VOYG at the top screen. Yeah, I don't know about this one, bro. Voyager Technologies is down 2.8% on the day. I'm not seeing what you're seeing there, brother, but keep me updated. I see it, Tish. I've been yelling about SRM all morning, and it's going to take out 8.5 again. And here it goes. It took out the level again, 879 right now on SRM. This one is squeezing. It's squeezing very aggressively. We looked at this one. It doesn't have a large short float. It has a smaller float, about 10 million shares, give or take. But, we're not talking about anything heavily shorted, at least not from what I can see using my data. So it looks like we're going to take out 886. That is the current area high on SRM. One quick one before we send you back to Joseph. SBET, a name we're all familiar with, and which had a very bad day on Friday. Just look at that down and to the right there in the aftermarket. Aftermarket Thursday, this thing absolutely tanked from like 30 some odd dollars into the high single digits into 8. It's at VWAP now. It's been basically selling off since the area high at 1035, and there hasn't really been a bid. Let's see if VWAP can act as a support level for it, because really not much else can right now, Joseph. It's the SRM show, my man. Mm-hmm. It is the SRM show. Wow. Look at this thing go. Wow. And we got nothing on at the moment, man. Big moves right now for SRM.
That was a C pushback right there you had going.
That was like, I don't know what the hell is going on. Kind of
yeah.
I just noticed we didn't even turn on the massage, my man. Yeah, we're gonna go in there. I need a.
Yeah, you know what's funny? I was thinking about switching chairs to see if you would notice. Do you think you would notice quick or no?
No, I wouldn't notice the lack of vibration or the bulge in the lumbar or anything
Or
like that.
or me having the heat on?
Oh no, of course not. The truth is, I want an honest answer. Did or did not OB use this on Friday? I want an honest answer.
I can't answer.
Was there vibrating coming from my chair on Friday?
I can't answer that question.
He did, didn't
I
he?
can't
I'll
answer.
watch all 3 hours if I have to.
Then that's what you have to do, brother. Then that's what you have to do.
All right, we're
are we
going
going to Adara? Yeah.
Keep an eye here on OUST. I want to clarify, this is really speculative, but I guess a post on X, which seems to be very much bullish, Ouster, is saying that OUST could potentially end up partnering with Apple. Now, again, I want to clarify, super speculative. This is an account that seemingly only posts about Ouster, so a bit biased as well, but OUST next will push to the upside, though right now getting a bit of a topping tail candle. As to whether or not the massage chair is used, truthfully, I don't remember, and that says a lot. I was not paying attention to the massage chair indicator. We'll have to wait and find out what happens when Sharif watches the stream back. Back to you.
Okay.
Look, she didn't oust Obi there.
Yeah,
so
well, look, OB's all of our friends.
Yeah.
So I'd rather, personally, if I was switched up, if I was in Dare's position, I'd just pretend like I didn't know.
I don't know.
I'm not saying it one way or the other, right?
That's what I'm saying. I have no idea.
Okay. You started this whole thing then. I see.
The thing is, though, listen, a little off topic before we get right back into these markets, but I have a bone to pick. All right.
What did I do?
Okay, no, not with you.
What did I do?
Okay, so do you like? I'm gonna ask you a question. Do you like the winter?
In what way? Like,
you like the cold outside? You like it cold outside?
Of course not.
Who
likes it cold?
So when it's summertime, why are we putting the AC on when we just went through 8 months of winter?
Listen
and
here,
we
Joey
can't
Shivers.
Enjoy the heat. Like, come on,
Joey Shivers.
So we wait for the heat and then we put the AC on inside so we can be cold once again.
Yes. You want to know why?
I can't get.
Because Toronto's 100% humidity. It's either very cold or very humid.
I love it, man.
Right? You love it.
You know how. Like,
oh wow.
There we go. Joey's bone.
Oh my
of the
God.
Day. Yeah. So that's.
He used it, and they also had a big discussion on your chair. Hina Altaf. You are amazing, Hina. You just gave it all away.
Yeah.
So now I know Adara was not telling the truth. Now I know you were not telling the truth.
No. I never confirmed nor denied. All right, so there you go.
You said you didn't know, but you did know.
I didn't.
All right, Joseph. All right, thank you, Hina. I do appreciate you.
Hina,
I'm writing your name down. You're going to get all the accolades from now on.
That's
oh
crazy,
my
Hina.
goodness.
I'm going to keep my eye out for you. We got to do around.
We're having a good time here, guys.
Just back
Obi's more than welcome.
Yeah, obviously Obi, he's more than welcome. So yeah, I said, hey man, you can use it, but I don't know. I'm not.
Oh, so now you said you can use it. You're killing me, bro. You're killing me.
It's all good. Tesla. I think at some point we're gonna find a breakout here, right? Because just think about the length of this consolidation. So if you get a curl up, then look for the longs. But then also, if we continuously make these lower highs, then look for that move of the break of these key support levels, and then wait for that volume profile to tell you which direction we specifically want to go here. So I think it's patience is going to be the name of the game on Tesla, because it's only a matter of time. It may not be within
facts. And those are the facts.
Yeah,
Now,
that is really
let's
strong.
just digress back to the topic that I brought up
Apple,
before. Decouple from China.
yeah, that's a good point too. And I don't know, from an Apple standpoint, do you think it would
I'm not taking that chance. Okay.
okay? So
And
you're moving production regardless.
I'm not taking.
Session after we had the company announce that they are going to be, I guess, having a subscription option for WhatsApp and now also showing ads. Nice push here to 707, but unable to fulfill that strength right now. We're actually below view up and you get key $700 levels. So make sure to like and subscribe for doing the content. Doing this all day, every day. For now, we're going to have Neil on his lesson of the day. It's another daily table. So without further ado, Neil.
a dip and rip, whatever floated your boat. Certainly, those all worked out to the long side. However, I did have Tesla on my list. I kept coming back to it and trying to bang my head on the website. As I took coming by the studio renovation, I was trying to figure out where to get along in Tesla. Execution. Sometimes there just doesn't have to be a trade. I can think Tesla's bullish. It's up 1.6%. Probably a couple of longs that you could have had that could have worked out. If it's not clean, you just don't have to force the action. And ultimately, you can always, I can go back and you can do full hindsight thing and try to come up with reasons why I could have that double bottom at 327. The truth of the matter is, my plan of action was either we're going to break out topside. Actually, I like 336 even more than I liked the Friday high break. Get it with that hammer. Or I wanted to pulling back into like 323 in here. But when neither one of those things happen, you get inside day, stay away from the top test. This is like the algo special. The algos are in control of this one. They know what's up. And so when I'm looking for the next trade, not the obvious songs, I go down my list. You start to play the patience game, and you let things sort of trend, and something's going to present itself. Now, whether it's a home run or a single or a double, you just got to think about, okay, well, what are the setups that I like? That morning reach is done. I'm not going to force something on Tesla. What are the setups you like too much? I like you want to bounce plays on stocks that are strong. We'll see if we can't get that in Michael. See if we can't get that in IBIT. But the other thing I like is some meaner version of plays back in the But if we're going to do it, find something that I think is relatively weak. I mean, I do think Intel is relatively weak. Wait for it to play into a resistance level. Like, don't play it early. Wait for it to try to get back up to a resistance. Let it do like the patented setup. Or I don't have too much to think about here. It's like there is a trend break. I said this when we're going in the midday. Just wait for something to give me a trend break, consolidation short into the volume weighted average price. Get a clean trade. And if I do trade Tesla, maybe I'll get something like that. Maybe Tesla will hold a trend, a clean trend, and give me something later on in the day. I'm not going to get away from having it up. Maybe an upward trend into a top breakout. Maybe it ends up breaking down. It comes down to being patient and waiting for there to be an actual execution. Having a direction on the stock is only a part of the equation. You know what I mean? Because one thing I can tell you, you're doing the show over and over and over again every single day with you guys, is when you have an idea for a trade, bullish, bearish, whatever entry point, sure, you want your biggest winners to be your best ideas. But what you don't want to happen is like an idea that this was one of my top ideas. It doesn't even do what you said you wanted to have happen because it's your biggest loss. Like, okay, you wanted to trade it, and it was at the top of your list. So usually, if it sets up, okay, fine, you should have your biggest winner, your biggest loser, because it did what you wanted, it was your best idea. But you can't have a situation where a stock was at the top of your list, did nothing that you were looking for, and you still traded as if it was number one, and then you take your biggest hits. All the biggest hits tend to come that way, where you're just locked in on this is what I wanted to trade, so I'm going to figure out something to make it work. You can't do that. Ultimately, trade your setups, be specific about your executions. If anything, I look back and for myself, I think I'm happiest about today is that I have not made a single execution in Tesla. Forget about any winning trade. That to me is the thing I'm the most happy about because I at no point really had a good read on it. And I was trying to come up with one and I couldn't. And when that's the case, you shouldn't trade it. There's nothing wrong with sitting on your hands. If you trade multiple stocks, maybe you've got other opportunities. But if you're a one-stock trader and it's not there, that's fine. And if you're not willing to accept that, well then you end up with these blowout days. Most of the good traders and consistent traders I've seen over time, they're able to be, up 4 days out of 5, up 15 days out of 20, up, almost every single month.
A little bit earlier than what it was presented, but no, thank you as always, Neil. Much appreciated.
There you go.
The thing is, though, it looks like this price compression pattern looks like it wants to break. But one thing to note is that we just need that volume to really step in. A lot of these candles are overlapping, and you can tell by this profile that this is a breakout-esque, right? Like we need to be patient and wait for it to slowly curl in one direction. I do believe that we are going to break through this resistance zone. May not be today, maybe tomorrow, but this gap was filled to the downside. So nice trade right there. But you can see a wedge is being formed. I'm just going to be looking to participate in this breakout here.
The trend is in the way.
I know we gotta figure that out. Oh, I forgot to put our thing there.
We're not gonna get that. Hopefully, it's subsidized. Everything's
All right, guys, SRM got back involved in this one as Neil was dropping his lesson of the day. 1020 high. Now we have a couple of red candles there littered by, we're basically involved here with these bigger up moves. Alas, we still have higher lows on the red candle. So even those two red candles there on your chart still had higher lows. So keeping my eye on this one, looking for a deeper retracement. I don't know if that's the right thing to do or whether just to take the breakout. We were selling at mid 50s, and here we go again. We're selling again at 53s. There we go. Now we're taking it out. So here comes a possible break above 10 and then a move above the high of the day. Okay, so now we have the higher low again on this current candle, with the low of this current candle being like in the 30s. Okay, so not a bad look right now on SRM as it continues to put in higher lows, not necessarily higher highs on every candle, though. That 1020 high is still remaining as the high of the day. Look at it, zig and zag, topping tail right now, right back down into the low of the current candle, but being found or finding support and being bought up quite aggressively again. So these are all micro pullbacks right now, and I won't be convinced any different. Every time we dip in to the lower end of the candle, once we've established an area high, boom, it is a new high day now, 1025 high. That just got printed. Oh, man, mistrade after mistrade, but there's just so much volatility here on SRM. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to manage this right now.
590%.
Yeah, that's what these small cap gappers do, baby. That's kind of their modus operandi there. So SRM in focus, 1025 high. Looking at taking that out. Keep an eye out on this one. It's still putting in higher lows, higher highs. This could be one of the first quadruple digit winners we have in actual regular market hours, because I think we came awfully close this morning with another one. Yeah, we did. Adara confirms it. Thank you, Adara. So keep your eye. There it is again. It's a 1050 high now, 1049 high. SRM, 620%, Joseph. And I'm just sitting here watching it like a schmuck. This thing is absolutely going. 1057 high. Look for the micro pullbacks. That's all I can tell you, because this thing is not pulling in to key areas of technical support. It is basically higher low, higher low, higher low. That's the trend I'm looking for right now. SRM taking out levels, looking to do some more damage here. SOGP, we did well on this one. Took out up all the way up into the mid to high 30s. I think I got 38s there, but there's a whole bunch of unfilled prints right now on SOGP, so definitely not really worth yelling about right now. The one that I will yell about is SRM, as it's going to take out $11. It's a 1065 high. Let's see where this one goes.
Are you watching anything for potential areas? Yeah, see, that's the thing, Gaurav. I'm still looking at this wedge, but one thing that I don't want to see again, just thinking out loud, is if you're going to get involved, you're right. You got to get it at the lower end of the range, right? So the breakout's not working at this where you buy high and sell higher. You need to legitimately get in at the lower end of the range, post up, and then look to play kind of just this chart move that we're displaying, that's being displayed in Tesla, until it decides to pick a definitive direction. And I mentioned it may or may not be today, but if it does break out, then I want to see that volume step in, and I want to see a couple other signals that are going to tell me, say, hey, Joe, this deserves one more attempt, and then look to participate on that front. But until I see that volume profile drastically change, or I see the momentum in the timing sales really start to pick up, then for me, it's just choppy ups and downs, ups and downs. We can pull up the chain. I think we might have taken a quick gander at it this morning. but we'll take another look at it because the size there isn't substantial, but it's clearly enough to point at that, hey, there's not enough demand north of this specific strike price. So 330, 36,000, and then when we go up to 340, we have 35,000 on this week's expiration cycle. So it's nothing like extremely large like we're seeing displayed on NVDA, but it's large enough to have that defense continuously push price back down. Now, if we are going to break through this resistance zone, this is going to be a key area in time on where I want to see that volume really start to pick up, and then that also being translated in the tape. And it's not. You can see as soon as we run into the resistance zones, we start to sell off back again one more time, and the volume isn't changing. What's up, Mike DeRider? Good seeing you there, brother. Big Mike is what we're going to start calling you because regular and always bigging everyone up in the chat.
Love
so
that.
He's a positive individual.
Love that.
That's a guy that you want on your team. That's for sure. It's Mike
Get it, Mike.
Ryder. Yeah, Bitcoin looking good here, guys. I'm thinking that we're going to continue in this strength. This might be the run where we go for those all-time highs and establish a new one. Sailors continuously buying this stuff up, so that's a positive signal. What is the high there? 63.79, and we're just trading around 61.24. We had some more contracts. This is going to be a key pivot in order for us to climb through and punch that. I want to see, again, once again, same narrative, volume and momentum to break through key resistance zones there, Sharif.
All right, I'm quite pleased. Pardon me, with SRM. We got involved in it again here as Joey was dropping hot lines. Took about 50 pennies at the top, a little bit less, to be fair. Stretching the truth a little bit over here, but we got in at 10.5 and then zigged and zagged all the way up into 10.89. So not bad, not bad. It's continuing to, 10.82 at the high of the day. Here it is. It's about to take out the high of the day again. Again, it takes out the high, Joseph. It's a 10.84 big high. Big high. I look over at the chat and I see it there because you said uh-oh. I was like, what's happening? Shout out to my man. Big Spile. Big who? There can only be one big one. Yeah, he tried to fight somebody else for the moniker for Big there the other day.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he'll fight you.
He'll fight you.
Yeah, well, he's a big guy, too. I wouldn't want him scrapping Big Kyle either, bro.
I've seen Spot. No, but see, that's the guy you just got to run around until they get a little tired, and then
you got to get the hell out of there. That's why. He's dropped like almost 40 pounds now, though, so I wouldn't be trying to outrun him either. I don't know. You never really know what Big Kyle's up to, bro.
Yeah, you never know.
Shout out to Big Spile.
Hey, if it came down to, there you go, Kyle. That's my game plan. Run circles until you get a little fatigued.
Wow.
and then look to
pulling no punches there.
Move. Yeah, that's the game plan.
Stick and move. All right, guys, quick over here. The prior bar low. 935, current bar low 960, so yet another higher low on the 5-minute candle. It obviously hasn't closed yet. We've got 3 minutes left, but this could be yet another dip trade here on SRM to the high side. And I keep missing all the money fills, man. I definitely need to be a little bit more brave in punching in today. I am lacking a little bit of that. We're in a lot of hesitation today trying to punch into some of these. A little uncharacteristic for me at this moment. So we're going to keep an eye here on SR. I'm looking at getting in at the most opportune times. And I've been punching in at highs, quite frankly. And let's just call a spade a spade. I've been lucky not to get a flush against me. Maybe because this is so strong, it's more likely to go up than down at the moment. But what I'm keeping my eye on is a new candle or a candle to make a new low. So again, just to give you an idea, 935 prior bar low, it's still 960 current bar low. We haven't been able to break that. So the 960 level getting bought up currently on SRM. This is the number one gapper right now in the entire market, above $1. I don't know anything about what's happening below the dollar. So keep an eye on that one. Shout out to Jacques. We're going to do the ad in 1 second. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Hey guys, could you explain what it means when the VIX options are expiring this week? How does that affect the VIX itself? You guys are the best. You got the best over here. His name is Joey Options. We're going to do something real quick, and then we're going to answer your question.
All right, guys. Let's see what we got going on. Level up your trading game. Level up your trading game with PropX. Up to 1 to 200 leverage and static drawdown. Scroll the site, pick your challenge at propx.com. trade directly on our platform. Sign up, try it for free, and start your trading journey now. Enjoy rapid payouts and real human support. No bots, rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot, trusted by traders worldwide. Right now, get 50% off with code TRADERTV. Links in the description. Be the trader, get funded, join Prop XP today. Prop XP, your edge starts here. PropXP.com.
like that.
There.
I like the effects there. Okay, so Mr. Joey Options.
Yes, sir.
There's an options questions here for you. Let's read it again. Could you explain what it means when the VIX options are expiring this week? How does that affect the VIX itself? You guys are the best. You're the best, my man. Thank you for the question. And you got the best in the business right now, Joey Options.
Yeah.
So, number one,
Yeah.
give us an idea about the VIX options and just so
The
people
VIX.
that don't.
You know what's funny? I was actually doing some TA on the VIX. Just kind of, and I've used this statistic multiple times. The VIX has only spiked 80% in a couple of sessions. I think it's happened about 4 or 5 times. And then preceding that, you've seen the market put in a new all-time highs. But as for the expiration cycle, this weekend, and thanks for reminding me, the individual in the chat, is triple witching. So one thing to note is the VIX, again, you're just playing the fear index, how that's going to have a drastic effect on it. I wouldn't necessarily put it in that sense, right? You want to actually look at equities in that front, in my opinion, right? This can be slightly subjective, but the VIX won't influence itself, right? It's the market that will. It's either the big names that are selling that increase the VIX, or we're starting to trend up, which is going to cool the VIX off, okay? So look at it from that standpoint. But again, you can see call walls and put walls on the VIX, and then that can give you some ideas as well too. Is the market going to stay stagnant? Is the VIX going to continue to cool, or is it going to heat up? And I think that's something really important to point out. But what I was getting at here is that with that VIX spiking about only 80% a handful of times, and then what's happened after that, it's just, we'll pull up the VIX right now, is that what I was building is, okay, I need to build a system in order to take advantage of these moves here in the VIX, because we know that the VIX does not stay elevated for extended periods of time. Right? It will spike, and then you'll see the cool off in the VIX. So let's pull it up here. And here we go. So you can see we're trading around 914 right now. But one thing to note is that, okay, yeah, we get that massive move up where you have that massive rally, but then look what happens after. So the VIX will spike, but it very rarely stays elevated for longer durations of time. I went back. To gauge it, because it seems to work. And if we just go back in history once again, just look. So must have been.
ridiculous, bro.
That
How
is
many gateways
crazy.
does that go
Yeah,
through,
that is
man?
crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, so that was
That's hard to do. Trade the Pool gives you the tools and the capital to go further. So if you're ready to level up, visit tradethepool.com or scan that QR code on your screen there. Shout out to the great folks there at Trade the Pool. DTWB, thank you very much for the $1.99 super chat. To cover your question on MSTR in 1 hot second, we're sending you to a different page.
Here on this DOT live stream, no real at all. Coty, apparently, according to a woman where Bailey reportedly looking to be for sale. Seems like this company could eventually be for sale or trying to put itself up for sale, according to industry sources, again, as reported by Women's Wear Daily. And the COT, I also have one for you here, Sharif. I'm seeing one that just started popping up here. Smart Power, clearly quite talking about 1 million shares in volume, but trying to push eventually to the upside CRPG. Maybe one to watch. But also, before we send you back to the guys that they want to take our friends at here or Origenics. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed Origenics or OGE and is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Back to the Mavs Brothers.
All right, so before we look at MSTR, DJ Freddie K, bro, I'm so sorry. I didn't see your $10 super chat. I really appreciate that, man. Weekly goal just made on SRM. You sound like the Katina man. Maybe he's smashing those daily goals every day. See you next week, says DJ Freddie K. Enjoy your Charlie Lee. Shout out to Max, man. Max is so annoying, right? Because he's always traveling and he's always eating. Oh, you have him on? From the pond right now. Yeah. Or somewhere in the south of France. Shout out to the Lambo trader himself. But yeah, we're going to cover that in 1 hot second. Into SOGP at 7:40. We go. Very happy with this one. Let's cover though MSTR for your friend there. What's his name? Let's find out his name again over here. DTWB. Look. Shout out to Michael Saylor, man. I think this guy's got the most guts in the business. You know, basically taking all the cash he gets and buying Bitcoin. It takes some kind of composition, mental and physical, to do that. I'd be thrown up every day. If I was buying that much, I'm paying. Of course, no, but man, you know what I mean? No, it's like, it's insane. Like, no, look, I love Bitcoin. But like, this guy takes everything he's got and he's throwing it out at one. Have at it, baby. Eggs all in one basket. Yeah, let's just show the chart here real quick. Here's the daily, guys. It feels like we're in a bit of a range here. Obviously, we put in this triple bottom here at 225 to 250. Those were, some of the lighter days there for MSTR. Looks like we're having trouble at least locally taking 400. We're above 400 deciding, so it feels like 425 resistance, 400 resistance. It is respecting the 50 exponential moving average and has been basically since selling off on May 23rd. The support has been coming in. You can see all those wicks are being bought up by the 50. I just have to digress for a second because we're taking out all the wins here on SOGP. last week was when we got the belligerencies in the Middle East, people were buying the US dollar and they were buying gold. They were not buying Bitcoin, at least not immediately. And I want to see act as a flight to safety in addition to the inflation hedge, in addition to having that digital asset. But that's not what it is. Again, it's still not doing it.
Yeah, not like immediately, sure. One thing that we did start to, one thing that I believe we did notice is that during all this tariff turmoil, we seen what the likes of gold was doing, right? Gold was absolutely just ripping something up. Bitcoin did start to trade a lot better, but it was lagging. It did a while. I mean, it is outperforming the Nasdaq. You got to take that into account right here today. It took a while for people to really start funneling into Bitcoin. But again, I was listening to Pompliano, I think Anthony Pomp. Yeah, you know Pomp. Oh no, he's some Bitcoin guy on his Anyways, he's saying 5 to 10 years down the road, we can start to see things being priced in Bitcoin, so which would be very interesting. I think that'd be a fantastic thing. But I really care for it as a currency. Yeah, quite honestly, I don't. Yeah, exactly. Right.
Just something to hold on to. And Jameson, youth has no money, brother. It's not just the youth buying Bitcoin anymore, man. Institutions are in on this. We know it. Look what we were talking about American Express. There you go. Right. So American Express, Coinbase striking a deal last week. You get BTC back now. 4%.
It's not even anybody. We have a credit card that said 1% cash back. Now it's 4% Bitcoin back.
We need to build Coinbase for that. Yeah, we need to build Amex and Coinbase.
And with the likes of Shopify allowing payments in stable coins as well. I think it's a matter of time until you can start actually paying for things like via Bitcoin. So.
Big smile. Okay. Go ahead. Assassino. Flashback. Uh-oh. He was using my chair. I know it. This is going to be it. I knew it. Thank you.
In the massage chair, how crazy is that?
He's cold as ice, dude. He's cold as ice.
Oh, did he?
And look at where you are, Adara. That's what I want to say.
Oh my God.
Adara, I'm so disappointed. Look at that. You're watching the entire thing. You're all about it. You're staying right behind as he uses the remote converter, according to Joseph. Poor Adara. It's like, how did I get pulled into this, bro? Look at him. Neil knows all about it. Neil knows all about that. Oh my God.
Funny.
Oh my goodness. You guys see that? I got my boy over here sold me out. And Dara, I thought we were close. Sold me out. Neil, you knew all about it. Didn't even flinch my way. Didn't even look.
Man,
All right, we're gonna take this thing home with us every day now.
Well, I'm
It's all over,
surprised it
bro.
still works.
Obi, what is he weigh? Like a buck?
Not even that, but the amount of times you
Red Rip's like a keep it safe. Dara.
To be fair, Sharif, off camera, when Obi asked, should I use the massager or can I use the massager, I said, Sharif said to me, oh, as long as Obi doesn't use the massager, I can tell him to wear it. So that was said off camera, and that was on camera before the midday, but now we are talking about chairs and back feet.
Boom, slams the door. The best part is the door slams. I love Obi. I'm just
honestly, I would do the same thing for you, though. You know what would you do? I would defend you. I'd say, hey, man, I don't know.
Okay, well, when Obi slobbers on your keyboard, then I'm like, yo, just slobber all over that bad boy. I'm playing, man. All right, we're having a great time, guys. Is that the Katina Man as an emoticon there in the chat? Oh, did you see that, Katina Man? Look in the chat, brother. Look in the chat. Come on, Katina, you got to go in the chat. Katina Man, you're all over the chat. Hey, you're all over. Uh-oh, I'm in there too. Uh-oh, that's no good. That's no good.
What about
Neil's in the chat. Oh, baby. Adara's in the chat. Get it, Adara. Get it, Adara. Well, because you lied to me about Obi, Adara. So now you're going to have to deal with that. I'm playing. I'm just busting Adara's chops today. We're having a great time, guys. Thank you. Did you make that Chilean nightmare? puts a ceiling on that. That obviously may change as the price action of Bitcoin changes as well, and everybody gets absolute FOMO. Big smile. That's a fantastic comment. I think it's very valid, brother. So thank you for that big smile. I appreciate that, my man. Great comment there.
Well, that's very interesting because now I want to
sense,
know
dude.
how much BlackRock, Grayscale, etc. are all allowed to hold.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I'm assuming the public companies would probably be able to find out, because that would probably be publicly available information. The private companies, maybe not so much.
So that would be like total of AUM, assets under management. You're only allowed to have 1.5%.
Or that, yes, or available cash for certain type of risk asset. So, say for example, you have, I don't know, I'm just throwing any numbers out there, bro. Like, say you have in your incorporating articles, 5% can be allocated to what is categorized as level 5 speculative assets. So you know what I mean? And then you can throw some into small caps that are completely unproven, some into Bitcoin.
So let's use this scenario. So what if BlackRock has an extreme amount of inflows that exceed that allowed amount? Do they have to now sell part of that position?
Yeah, that's typically what you do. Like when a price of an asset in your portfolio rises, so it becomes a larger portion.
Okay.
Right? And you redistribute it. I personally don't know. I think that's actually a very interesting point. We can do a lot of research online, guys. I mean, we're obviously doing the show live. That's why we're not doing research on this stuff online as we do the show. But it's probably not that hard to find that kind of information. So if you're looking at doing a bit of a deeper dive there, let us know if you do think, if you do the actual research, give us an idea of what these institutions are saying. Zion Lala, thinking about going back in on SRM. So I am. Yes, I am actually watching it quite closely. It's found a bit of a consolidation level here at a beautiful area. And I like this area here, Assassino, because you've got the 10 exponential and the $9 level overlapping. And if you watch small cap gappers trade before, they usually have a lot of respect for that green line. That is the 10 EMA on the 5. And it's nice when it overlaps with a whole dollar psychological possible level of support. I'm talking about $9. But let's call a spade. Catching it off that 1084 high and dropping down into $9, you may, be feeling some kind of way right now. So what I want to do is I want to see the trend reignite to the high side. Well, how do I look for that? I look for higher highs and higher lows. And right now we have basically uninterrupted lower highs, and technically we are making lower lows, not by much, but we are. 882 is the current low of this candle. We're above 9 currently, but we have a lower high. So SRM, definitely one of the bangers on the day, no question about it. The best looking stock on my scanner, on my side charts over here, but we're going to keep tabs on this one. Also, RCAT, guys, above that 920 area could be absolutely huge. Shout out to Nimrod, man. Nimrod's always dropping. Another 10 memberships there he just dropped.
Yeah, you guys always doing that. Thank you, Nimrod.
And I know he's out. There you go. So now those viewers who got gifted the memberships, use those emojis of the Katina man, the Neil.
But how do I get one of them? How do I put my emoji up there?
Well, the Chilean Nightmare has to kind
Do I have to get gifted
coordinate you
membership?
with an emoji there.
I can't even spell my own name here. Okay, I gotta get on that because you guys, because now Dinkelberg's taking advantage of that. Yeah, we'll get to that.
I love it, Fabian. Way to put him in his place, Fabian.
Man. What a guy.
Fabian's like, we'll look into that.
Yeah,
here.
Yeah, that's crazy. No, fun stuff.
Shout out to the
today.
Chilean Nightmare,
It's
baby.
a good Monday, man. The vibes are up today for sure. There's no questioning that. But we're make sure you guys vote as well too. Make sure you guys get those.
Yeah, so here we go. We're gonna do it at 1 o'clock, Fabian. That's what we're gonna do. We got a lot of submissions. So here's the deal. I just want to explain to everybody what's going on. So the new poll is a little different, okay? So what we have is an app, and it runs in the background. It sees all the different tickers that you guys are throwing in the chat. So once we've populated a lot of submissions, and it'll only basically take the names that you put a $sign in front of. So if you threw in $AAPL, it registers it. And so once it has, look at this. You see the top there? It says submissions. That means we've received 39 of these different tickers. So once we have a lot of these ones, like let's just say 100, for example, I hit the start poll, right? And then it'll put a face-off between the two highest ones. So let's just take Apple and NVIDIA, for example. So say Apple and NVIDIA were the two highest names as submitted by you guys. Then we'll put a face-off between Apple and NVIDIA, and we'll see who ends up winning that. And then who ends up winning it, we'll put them on the rundown. So it's a super easy way. Look at you guys absolutely killing it in the chat. I absolutely love it. Look at the submissions. They went up from 30-something. Now we almost over 100. Yeah, Fabian, that was a fantastic program there. The chat is getting littered with submissions, man. So thank you very much for that. Let me know when it's the appropriate time. Should we start poll now? Let's do one now. So we're doing it live.
BTS.
We're going to hit start poll. So now what we got here, Fabian, is that we got UNH and MP.
This is the showdown.
So this is the showdown now.
Oh.
So they're super pumped that UNH made it up
I
there.
didn't see anybody vote UNH. How is UNH up
Focus
there?
up, Joe. Focus up.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Well, that's just the way it is, okay? So we go start voting, and now we'll see how many UNH gets versus MP gets.
Put your ones and twos in the chat.
Yeah, so now you throw up ones or twos. So if you guys are voting for UNH, throw 1. If you guys are voting for MP, vote 2. Okay?
Yeah, 1 vote per.
You only get 1 vote per user, and then the poll time we'll close it after
Give it a minute.
a few minutes or something like that, so we can get some good numbers. So throw it in the chat there, and then once we start a new poll, we'll let you know. Maybe we can do like an alert or something for the new poll. You know what I mean? Just to let everybody know we're doing a new poll.
Like do the power hour thing, you know what I mean? But it's like new poll alert or something.
There we go, man. We're getting a lot of votes here. So UNH has got Adair. You'll be happy to know UNH doubling up now. MP. It's absolutely dominating right now. So
I'm very happy to hear that because I accidentally voted for the wrong ticker. So
that's
I
okay.
accidentally voted not.
It made up for it. It made up for it. So there we go.
Now when you're happy with this.
Now when we're happy with this,
Click end voting.
end voting. So now we have enough here. So obviously UNH has won, winner,
And then
UNH,
return.
and then return. So now we know UNH is. So now we can basically start populating more. Is that correct?
Yep, and then you can just go into the next poll right now.
Go into the next poll. So don't start poll though, right?
You can, if you want to now.
Let them generate some submissions, right?
Refresh the page.
Fantastic. Thank you, Fabian, for that. Appreciate everybody. Yeah, I'm sure it's kind of confusing in the beginning, but as things go along, I'm sure everybody will kind of get used to the whole thing. And yeah, it's a lot more passive of a way for you guys to do it rather than us selecting the tickers, throwing them up there, and maybe you guys like them, maybe you don't over there. What's going on over there, Katina, man? What are you looking at, brother? The people want to know. No, okay. The Katina man is straight chilling right now. He's not really looking at anything right now. So once he does, we'll keep you guys surprised. He's getting out of some AMD. He's taking some profits here at the top, guys. AMD basically knocking the door 10%. Upgraded today by Piper Sandler. There's a good look right now on AMD. Fantastic move off the bottom there as it moves back above, Joseph, that $200 billion market cap again, about 206 now.
The AMD.
AMD, yeah, back above 200 billion now.
Duplicator,
Yeah.
man. Yeah, we can't even call it destroyer anymore. It's just on the path of duplication. So yeah, there we go. AMD looking really, really well. And it took a couple of years for it to get out of this bear market that it was in. So
Right.
yeah, really good look in AMD. But that's the thing though, Sharif, you kind of expect it to rebound with a vengeance, right? Considering how beaten and battered, is this overdone? Is this justifiable? I don't know. I mean, this thing took such a massive hit, 226 all the way down to 76. That's almost a 60% haircut on AMD. Let's pull up the exact
Get it,
metric.
Susie.
Yeah, Lisa, 65%, right? And then now you get a big time bounce. You didn't get what I did right there, eh, Sharif? When I went Lisa Sue.
Yeah. Oh, like Ronaldo. Huh?
Yeah, like
Do you see his kid? He's taller than him now.
Is he?
Yeah, isn't Ronaldo like 6'2" or something like that?
Yeah, I thought it was
6'1"?
like 5'11". I thought it was like
No. He's over 6, dog. Yeah.
65% for the top side.
All right, we'll talk more Ronaldo when we get back from Adair.
We have to talk here. There is still some stuff coming out of the Middle East. Of course, a lot of, unfortunately, updates to these tensions. Apparently, sirens are sounding in Haifa, Israel, and some other northern areas after missile launches from Iran. We also have apparently some reports coming from ABC saying that Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel is not interested in peace talks with Iran. So it sounds like this is going to be escalating tensions. Just letting you guys know this is still continuing here. Nothing breaking or major happening now, but right now we're still seeing back and forth here between Iran and Israel on X. Back to you.
I'm going to show this real quick. Assassino, hold on. Don't show my screen yet, quite yet. We're going to go, how do we, yeah, there we go. Ronaldo, Cristiano Ronaldo. There he is. I just want to show how tall this kid is. Just don't want to get doxxed here on the, you know. Okay, now we're good, Assassino. Dude, he's taller than his dad.
Yeah.
When did this kid, like, explode to the high side? I'm pretty sure Ronaldo's 6'1" or 6'2".
How old is Cristiano now?
The junior?
No, the dad.
The dad, he's born in 85, so he turned 40
really?
in January or February, because I know he's in Aquarius.
Look at how is he still in that good of shape?
Well, that's beyond. I mean, Ronaldo's going to be like this for a long time. But what I can't believe this kid's taller than him. And it's not the hair, too. Like, his actual head is taller.
You got an inch or two on him now.
At least,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Let's just find out over here with you from your friend Gemini. Go away, bro. How tall is Ronaldo? Cristiano, because of the other one. Cristiano, oops. Man, I can't type. Cristiano Ronaldo. Be careful with this one. 435 on the bid, 411 on the ask. I like this area.
Is that my friend Meeks, or is that just someone trolling in there, Meeks? Because yeah, that's my. $130, there is about 29,000 open contracts, and then And there you go. We're starting to get a little pop here in AMD. So yeah, a really good look there. 20-year and 10.
%50 year over year, and they've made a big jump on gross margins. It's now at 30. $95 is the high. It's showing me 80s right now. So AMD, guys, in case you're wondering what the hell is going on with Advanced Money Destroyer, and it's up big for a number of reasons. We got some good pronouncements last week from Lisa Su, but I also want to let you know that they are making, they got an upgrade today from Piper saying they're boosted to maintain the reward rating and boosted the price target up from that 125 to 140, which is a good look, man. It's been a hard time for AMD lately. You know, NVIDIA's been getting all the love, as well as Broadcom. AMD's been kind of left by the wayside there. You can kind of have a look at this on the daily chart. That downtrend, I think we've broken that downtrend. I don't know how you feel about this, but let's throw, you know, that trend line there. It does seem like that trend is done, and it was tested multiple times, and it lasted for a long time. I'll submit about a year and a half. We topping peeled in March of 2024. Okay, we topping peeled there, but I always chart from the closing print. So there you go. Rejection, barely breaks above it, and again goes in and rejects it. But then the higher lows and higher highs are what the most operative. In addition to the trend line break, we're above the 200 moving average. We haven't quite gotten that cross, the golden cross between the 50 and the 200 quite yet. But you don't need to wait for that. You don't need to be in a mechanical trading system where it doesn't just live and die by the cross. Obviously, there's other things that we can look at as well. So trend line break, multiple upgrades, you get the right fundamental catalyst from the company talking about, you know, expanding into the server business as well as some upcoming products. My concern has always been with AMD, can they make enough? Can they make enough of these to sell at scale? Because again, Taiwan Semi, all their output, the majority of their output is taken out by NVIDIA. And they really can't, they haven't been doing much in the way of anything lately to kind of fix that. So I'm looking at it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good rally here that we're seeing displayed in AMD. Sure, I mean, we're not going to go above 10%. I mean, that's positive. And that's the thing, right? This was supposed to be number 2 in the AI race here. It was supposed to be we're right on the top of that range, and we're continuously struggling to break through this 333 level. But if we do, eventually, if we open up on the top end of this range tomorrow, then I'll be looking for a long here in Tesla. So yeah, that's the game plan. May not get it today, but even though it's just heading back towards the top end of the range, and it makes you, it's just luring you in. And it makes you want to kind of continuously take those moves. But I mentioned that the volume profile isn't supporting it just yet. Not saying that it can't happen, but yeah, we got to be patient. And then sure enough, AMD is starting to come back and crack this lower end of the range. I'll just hop out there looking for that move higher. So then I'll just get a better entry price. So now is the time, says Luis Martinez. I think, I know, Luis, you're always behind me when we're trading TSL, but I'm just not seeing anything from a volume standpoint that says, hey, hop in. And with the overall market looking like it wants to continue this move to the downside, giving up some of the move that we've seen earlier in the day, I really want to focus on that because Tesla wasn't participating on this morning's rally. So yeah, it needs volume, says Kevin Vasquez, and that's what we're waiting for. AMD is breaking down on me right now, but we'll wait to the lower end of the range.
So just did a quick Gemini look here. It looks like NVIDIA has taken over 70% of Taiwan Semi's advanced chip packaging capacity, specifically their chip on wafer substrate, which is, I think, the what's it called? The short form for that is COWOS. I see that all the time with silicon interposer capacity. That's for 2025. All right, guys, let's talk about what's breaking out right now because SOGP, the one that we were involved in basically all morning, is on that good stuff right now. It just got into 280, zigging and zagging. It's got a wider spread and has had a wider spread since I started trading this. 5-7 pennies at times. Right now, it's tightening up to about 2. SOGP is on that good stuff right now, up over 71%, taking out key levels. Let's see what it does. Number one, at that $3 area or that $0.75 area where it's at right now. That's number one. Number two, let's see what it does at the $3 area. Simultaneously, SRM is absolutely dropping. It's lost the 10. It's now lost the 20. And now I'm looking at a possible support level here between $7 and $6.50. $7, there was support over here at $7, these two double top candles. And then the $6.50 area is because that's where the volume weighted average price is hanging out. So SRM on the decline. Keep your eye on that. Before we send you back to Adara, I want to let you know that SGS Bet also started exploding to the high side right now. It's at, I think it just went through 13.75. The high of the day is 14.01 exactly. This is another spready one. Be careful with that one. Sorry to keep you waiting, Adara.
There, just so you guys know, we have 1 minute left until the 20-year bond auction coming through. I'm seeing here the previous was 5.047% for the yield. I'm not seeing what it's currently at here before the auction because that's going to be the number we look more closely at. But again, 54 seconds till we get the 20-year. Now, again, a couple caveats here. These auctions do not always move the market, but they're worth being aware of. And we're not going to get the number right away. It usually populates a couple minutes after the auction. I will let you guys know when I have more details, especially if it ends up moving the market. But keep an eye here. Be careful if you're in positions. This 20-year bond auction on watch. Back to you.
Interesting. I'm trying to figure out how it works. Thank you. You look into it. Yeah. Oh, wow. This guy, you don't let stuff go. You do not let stuff go.
No, you're right. I don't. But you know what? See, remember I told you I had the game on my stick the other day?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Your boy performed yesterday, 2 goals and a primary. Yeah. But then we ended up losing 4-3. So I'm like, guys, we got to get it together. But yeah,
You're playing on Sundays now?
Yeah. I got to take it easy because I can tell that my knee was acting up because I was going hard on on Sunday, which I probably shouldn't have been. But yeah, no, I felt good, but then we ended up losing and I didn't feel so good.
All right.
Yeah.
Your boy's getting a lot better with the service. Right. So it was my forehand that needed a lot of work, and I noticed that my the forehand really improved when I created more space between the actual ball and more forehand. So I was hitting it too close to my body, and it wasn't hitting the sweet spot of the rack.
Now you're out here.
Yeah, and I lead, so it's almost like boxing, like where my buddy taught me. Basically, you have to pivot off your back foot, off your front foot, and you launch off the back foot. You have to twist your core. It literally is the same thing to hit the racket. So I actually have my left foot the lead, my right foot back, and it's about a foot apart in distance. So that really helps. Bro, I'm telling you, it's hitting well. And then the service game, I'm actually spinning the ball. this at the top, which to me, I actually just want to get the serve in the location first, forget about spinning it, and then I just actually figured it out. So it's like repetition, baby.
Dominate. It's pure dominance over there.
Good stuff. All right, guys, play, make, or pull. Let's do it, baby. What do we got? Are we going long or short?
Contract though. We're going on. Are we going short today?
I don't know. I didn't look at it. Casinos, so let me look at it. We're going long, 74%.
Yeah. And sorry, who said this? Someone in the chat said. Someone said, "Yeah, Joe, you're getting smoked right now." Yeah, I know. What happened? Thanks for that. I'm well aware. No, they're only messing around with me. Okay. Not 0 DTE, Sharif. We want the weekly expiration, so that's going to be 4 days until expiry. Can you give me the numbers and the at the money strike price?
4 days until expiry.
Yeah.
So I have to look this up. Okay, so
4 days.
yeah, I don't know why this thing keeps popping up. So June 20th.
Right
There we
There
go.
you go. Bang.
4 days. And
There
then
we go.
what price do you
The
want?
at the money. So we're currently trading at 602.
602. So we go, you want the strike of the bid, right? The bid or the ask?
The ask.
408.
$4.08.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. $4.08. Sorry. ATM equals $4.08. Okay, and
Is that
then
the only tennis player you know, Big Smile, Selena Williams? Are there no men tennis players out there that you can reference?
who do you
408. What do you need?
$2 profit target.
408 on top of 408?
Yeah.
608.
608, and then our stop loss is going to be at 208.
At 308. We were
Okay, sorry. Yeah, exactly. There you go. I don't even know my
Big Smile's killing me.
308. I mean, you don't know Bianca Andreescu there, Big
Of course, yeah, I know. Obviously,
Bianca.
the
other Canadian girl that was
there was the Filipino girl, I forget her name.
the other one from Montreal, I think.
Oh, you're talking about Jeannie Bouchard?
Yeah,
she's not very good.
Yeah, but hey, you don't have to be
She's
good.
okay.
Yeah.
No, but the other Filipino girl, what's the girl's name, man? She was killing it there for a bit. I forget her name though. Yeah, she's actually from Toronto. So, whereas is Bianca from Montreal or is she from Toronto as well?
Andreescu's from Mississauga.
Mississauga. Okay, my bad there. All right. Let's see what else we got. Day Trader giving us the 20-year bond auction. So the actual high yield 4.92 forecast was 5.047. The bid to cover was the actual was 2.6. The forecast was 2.460. Thank you very much for that. 1 second. Halimaz, Sharif, I use the same IB card TWS program you use. I put stop limit order, and sometimes 50% of the times the price will get there. It will cancel my order and won't stop me out. I'm going to answer your question in a second. We have to go to Adara right now for news on the auction, but great question, Halimaz. I'll get that in a second.
I just want to let you guys know the 20-year auction exactly in line here with the pre-sale. So 4.942, as Sharif mentioned. Prior to the auction, it was at 0.924. So basically in line here, more or less. A pretty uneventful auction right now for the 20-year. We'll have to wait and see if the market reacts right now, though. Kind of continuing in this trickle to the downside, but it's still sharply up on the day. Back to you.
For that, Adair, I just want to cover this question quickly.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to bring in a fake. I'm always in the sim here, guys, on my personal platform. So anytime you see black charts, that's the sim because I don't want you guys to see my account number, obviously. But in the white charts, as you see there on the screen, it's always going to be live unless I tell you otherwise. Okay, so here's the deal. Let's go pull up Apple. I'm going to show you an example of how to do this. Now, what you need to know, Halimaz, is that there's two different inputs here for the stop loss. You have your triggering price and your limit price. If you are using stop limit orders, if you are using what just says STP, that by default goes to stop market, okay? And I wouldn't suggest you use stop market orders, but you can do as you want, okay? So let's go ahead and do this live right now. Let's open up the chart, and let's just say we're going to buy Apple, okay? Let's just buy Apple right here. Let's just punch. I think I have hotkeys already. There we go. Let's just get long Apple over here. So we're long 10 shares of Apple right now, okay? Let's throw in a stop now, okay? So say if it triggers below 197, I want to stop out. So I click sell. I put it below 197, right? And then I have to edit the order. So you go modify, you go order ticket, right? And then you have two entries here. So you go stop limit, then you have two entries, your limit price and your stop price. The stop price should be higher than the limit price if you're long. So I say to the computer, okay, stop out at 196.98. But if there's illiquidity, 198. I want to tell the computer go all the way down to 196, say 85, okay? And then you transmit that order, okay? So that's how you're going to make sure your stop limit order gets triggered. Otherwise, just use a marketable order, which I personally don't like because it's kind of like the Wild West. I hope that helps, brother. It's very simple kind of thing to wrap your mind around once you do it a bunch of times. Joseph.
Yeah. So yeah, there we go. We're bouncing off of those lows here in AMD, looking for the continuation. Maybe I mentioned that it's going to be more of a grind here, guys. I'm glad I didn't hop back into Tesla. That's enough attempts on that one there. Slightly broke the rules with the swing, the three swing system. But again, they were just paper cuts, so I was just allowing myself. So even though it does look like a lot of in and out entries, it's really only at risk of about 2 or 3 trades. All right, so just keep that in mind. And now I wants to go better not have a lick grab there. Yeah, that's the thing. It might have, if the market does get any form of bounce, you'll see it displayed here in AMD, and you'll get that continuation. But right now, we're holding up that 126.44 level relatively well. Be patient on this one. Again, more of a grind. It might take till 1:30 or 2 o'clock in order for it to grind up until 1:30, but I do believe that considering what I'm seeing on the options play, on the options chain, sorry, that is most definitely possibly in play for today, all right, especially because we're right there. So 9.4% on the session, big time move here in AMD. And I was looking at Oracle this morning as well, dude, just to see, like, just sticking with strong names. But this name has been on an absolute monster run the past couple of sessions. So a nice solid breath is totally justifiable here. But again, if you're a VWAP buyer, then you get these little pops. So it is respecting it relatively well. But Oracle, not necessarily doing what I was looking for it to do today, considering the run that it's been on it. And underlyings need to breathe, right? We can't just go parabolic all the time, unfortunately. But yeah, Tesla, we can talk about this name all day. It's just, it's moving sideways. It's saying, no, we're putting in an inside day. Neil mentioned that, and we're not looking to break out just yet, maybe tomorrow. But then again, we do have the FOMC on Wednesday, guys, so make sure you keep posted for that, because that's going to bring some volatility into the market, whether it's going to be a pause, which I think that's what the street is leading to, or they get a cut, which I don't think is going to be the case. But regardless of what it is, even though we do know the outcome, you're going to get that volatility spike, so just be prepared for that. And someone in the chat also mentioned this morning, like, if you're just opening up contracts and you're not positioned very well, just be cautious, right? Because the options market will price in volatility earlier before the events, like you see it in the likes of earnings, because you would think, like, hey, let me start grabbing some of these contracts, let me construct a straddle or a strangle. But guess what? The market's smart. They're going to price it in, and then if you don't get those moves that you're looking for, you're just going to lose premium to volatility decay. All right, so just keep that in mind. And this is the inverse correlation that we were referring to earlier in the day between the VIX and the overall market. So you can see the market going higher, VIX going down, market go down, VIX go up. All right, so that's the good look there on the VIX. And I think there's a really good system to be made in there. And I think I'm going to start jotting like a trade plan and a trade system down, specifically revolving around the VIX, because it does not stay elevated for long durations of time. So if you just buy further dated puts on the VIX, it's honestly almost like a walking cash machine. Oh, yeah, no, honestly, that's what I was looking at this morning, over the weekend, Sharif, and there's a lot of potential upside for that system, for sure.
You're going to do the news. You good to go?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's roll.
All right, let's talk about the TSLA, baby, easing those AV regulations. AV stands obviously for autonomous vehicles. And who's that going to benefit? You guessed it, our very good friend, he doesn't know us, Elon Musk and his company TSLA, so the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. I like 3-letter government agencies. I don't like these 5-letter ones. There's just too many words. Announced a move to ease restrictions on autonomous vehicles. The new rules will streamline exemptions for vehicles under Part 555 of their enabling statute. This includes letting automakers bypass certain safety rules. Believe it or not, you gotta have steering wheels. You gotta have accelerator pedals and brake pedals in your car in order to get licensed. And obviously, autonomous vehicles need none of that. So this is going to allow the robo-taxi or the cyber cab to actually be operating on the streets legally. This is not going to happen overnight. This will be a 2 to 3 year test period. So the implications for Tesla are that its cyber cab model, which doesn't have a steering wheel, which doesn't have accelerator and brake pedals, be operating on the street legally. But that's not how Tesla is starting out the robotaxi. We know that they are using Model Y, so this is for the future. So the enhanced exemption instructions will assist automakers in navigating the legal framework, which certainly they need to make sure everything is kosher, because they're publicly traded companies and they have a lot of eyes, as we know. So Tesla's gearing up to launch the robotaxi service in Austin, June 22nd. It's going to be the Model Y operating without a safety driver. Good luck there. Tesla is registered in Texas as an official AV operator. However, they're still considered to be in the testing phase. They don't have full allowances just quite yet. I don't know if he's blowing Elon a kiss, okay? I have no idea trading for today, for tomorrow. I don't know what the hell is going on in that relationship. It seems to be cooling down a little bit over here, but your buddy, Donald there, is continuing to investigate SpaceX, despite what seems to be to a lot of people as them making up. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there. Anything you want to say about that, Joseph?
Yeah, absolutely. And I
or like, you know, something on there to make sure the
you know what it's like driving it on the highway in the wintertime?
confidentiality issues and the proprietary models. So it looked great for Alexander on to know anything about what I'm doing. So it absolutely makes sense that everybody would want to kind of keep everything secret.
Yeah, the past couple
Interesting.
weeks I've been Australian,
Best-
like top strip going and stuff.
So I love Australia. They had a trade-in program that was subsidized by the government. So if you had an older phone, you bring it into your carrier. They give you a new phone, and the government covers a lot of the difference so that you can buy a new. So retail sales grew 6.4% year over in May. That was the fastest pace they had since 1993, and well above the 5% you're looking for. That was the forecast by analysts. Included, as I said, super trade-in programs on shopping ahead. That 618 festival, if you're wondering what 618 festival is, it was created by JD.com. It was the day they were incorporated June 18th. They made like a shop day of like Amazon Prime or Black Friday or whatever, or Amazon Prime Day, excuse me. And then that ended up catching steam with Alibaba, PDD, so everybody needs to do it. It's called the 618 festival. It's the second largest retail sales day after that day that they have out there in China. They also had increased foreign tourism because they've been giving more liberal visa access out there. Now, their industrial production rose 5.1% year over on the quarter on the month, but that missed estimates. Fixed asset investment 3.7% year to date, also missed a 3.9 expectation. And what can we say about real estate? It's just that. Okay, real estate continues to be a drag on the Chinese economy and really not seeing much in the way of relief at all. The tier one cities, now if you understand how China works, so their cities are tiered, that has it is in North America. Consumer prices declined, so they are, for the fourth straight month, they are suffering from deflationary pressures, and producer prices fell as well, 3.3%, which is also kind of hanging on the deflationary pressures there. Now, listen to this. Shipments to the United States, obviously, because of the 100% tariffs that Donald had put on China until recently, U.S. shipments collapsed 34% year over year. That's the worst drop since February 2020. We all know what happened after February 2020. COVID, right? March 2020 is when it hit on this side of the world. So we'll have to see whether that 90-day truce has a way of boosting that back up. But the current trend we have, not the food, 74% now. The exports in general were not all down because they were able to make up some different, they were able to make up some of the lack of U.S. shipments to Southeast Asia. They were also shipping Europe and Africa, but feel they need access to the biggest market in the world, aka the American market, in order to maintain, to be healthy. Urban unemployment eased a little bit there, 5% year over year, the lowest it's been since November of 2023. Anything you have to say about that?
I'm just in, I'm sorry, I'm working on this AMD trade here. This is working, and also IBIT is now in a new high day. So I was focusing on these two things here. So there you go, Bitcoin putting in a new high day, 6136 and change. Right there. That's a good look from Bitcoin. And on assets, continuation and strength, we're seeing that display here in the likes of AMD and Bitcoin.
All right. Nippon's, oh yeah, we'll do the new poll right now. So let's see what we got here. So what was the winner of the first one? Yeah, exactly. So here we go. We have 391 submissions. We're going to start the poll. We're doing it live. All right, let's see how this one ends up. So we got SRM, that monster small cap gapper that's up 500% against your boy CoreWeave. Okay. Let's see who's going to win the voting on that one. So 1 for SRM, 2 for CoreWeave. Litter that chat, baby. Let's go. The first one. All right, I'm putting CoreWeave on there. Yeah, you're putting CoreWeave as well. Let's go CoreWeave. So there we go. So you can kind of see who's winning there on the bottom. The red bar is CoreWeave. The blue bar is SRM. Let's get those votes in, baby. We have over 400 submissions. Now we need you to litter that chat. There we go. Now we're littering. Let's see how well this ends up doing. So make sure you are voting, guys. And Damien, this is working really well, brother. Excellent work on your part, man. This is very good. It's functioning quite well. Look at the chat. Come in fast and furious. Big Spal, I know you want nothing to do with SRM. Okay? You're never trading these small cap gappers, Big Spal. Stop fronting, Big Spal.
Stop fronting, buddy.
We love you anyway.
Stop. Oh, Pharrell. Pharrell.
Yeah, I don't want to do the high pitch voice though. All right, get it, Neil. All right, Nippon Steel soars on U.S. steel deal green light from your boy Donald Trump. All right, so U.S. President Donald Trump approved the Nippon Steel's $14.9 billion acquisition of U.S. Steel, ending that 18-month approval process. That was quite lengthy. Clearance came via executive order. It is contingent, though, on a national security agreement signed with the U.S. Treasury. The deal obviously faced past union opposition, as well as security reviews, making the approval a major breakthrough for both companies. And here's the deal structure, guys. So Nippon Steel will acquire 100% of U.S. Steel shares, but they will also have to invest $11 billion by 2028 in the combined operations. The commitment includes government governance, production, and trade rules amid satisfying these U.S. regulatory concerns. And we all know that some investors were kind of concerned about this deal because they were worried about that $14 billion investment that Nippon Steel was going to have to do that was going to fundamentally affect their balance sheet. In addition to that, the U.S. government will, listen to this, have these golden shares, which is sparking questions about potential influence or control. Like this, look, I get it, why Donald did this, but I think it kind of sets the precedent in a way where I don't like. I don't really want the government being involved in these companies that should be making private market decisions rather than having the government whoever's in power, it may not be anybody that you agree with these golden shares. I personally don't like that. I like to see government involved in too much business unless they're basically trying to prop up another sector. But the other side of the coin is just to kind of argue myself here. Like when I learned macroeconomics, they taught us about Keynesian macroeconomics, and the whole point was to run deficits in one part of the economy so that it could prop up others. And the example they always gave was steel. They're like, the steel mill loses money so that all the auto companies can make money. It's a very basic example.
Very basic.
Yeah.
With margins, I guess.
Exactly.
So the steel companies' margins to increase what they got going in the automaker.
Exactly. So and people are employed. Obviously, people have cars to drive. Obviously, a very old example, but that's kind of, I don't know how I feel about this golden share thing. Doesn't matter how I feel. That's what it is at the moment. So
Go ahead. Marcus Johnson had a super chat in there. Oh, here we go. $2. Don't think we forgot about you, my friend. Don't ever think that. Here's some of my MP materials money for the boys. Thank you. $2 super chat. We'll get some coffees or something along the lines with that.
Very nice of you.
And then, yeah, exactly. Very, very nice of you. And we apologize for missing that out. And thanks for pointing it out. But then you also seen what Big Smile said after that, right? Shout out to the new midday show, Joe, and I'm pretty sure it's Serena, not Serena Williams. But yeah, there you go.
He doesn't know anything about Roger Federer, Novak Djokovic, Rafael Nadal, anybody else.
Who's the GOAT there? Is it Nadal or?
Well, it's between Nadal and what's his name, Federer, bro.
Yeah.
Those were, and you got to put Djokovic up there too. I think those are the three GOATs. Federer, Neil goes Federer. I respect his opinion. Roger's a GOAT, but we all know who the best on clay was, and it's by far Nadal. No question. But then you got your boy Djokovic there. He seems to do it in every environment, bro. The hard court, soft court, no court.
Got into tennis.
I love tennis.
Yeah,
I love tennis. Yeah. It's nice. It's nice. Good sport. All right, let's keep going on here. I got you, Big Smile. I got you. Yes. All right. Amazon, Roku, striking a deal. Where's Roku at right now? I was looking at it 9% this morning. It's dropped down now to where? Where is Roku at, man? I don't even see it on my watch list over here. Excuse me for a second, guys. 8%, not bad. So Amazon ads and Roku unveiled. You have something to cover?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying AMD is really starting to go here. Momentarily, we'll pull up the screen quick. You can see a new high has been put in here on AMD. It's time to add into this position. Going to manage it a little bit. And I was talking with Gaurav. See, that's when you start small and you give yourself a little bit wider of a risk. But the ideal and the real risk to reward is just getting out of this trade here and then or getting back in, right? And then therefore your risk to reward is substantially better. But a big time volume spike, break through the high of the day, now up north of 10%. Bitcoin's rolling. Yes, I'm so happy I bought some more contracts this morning. So yeah, that's working out really well for us. But yeah, let's go advanced money duplication right there.
All right, guys, let's talk a little Amazon ads and Roku. They unveiled a new and exclusive integration that allows advertisers to access the largest authenticated CTV closed caption or closed circuit television footprint in the U.S. via Amazon's advertising program. It's called DSP, which stands for Demand Side Platform, that allows advertisers to buy video and audio ads at scale in blocks, essentially, okay? The partnership targets about 80 million logged in CTV households, which is about 80% of all U.S. CTV customers, according to this company called Comscore. So the early campaigns, they've already run this in beta. It showed a 40% increase in unique viewer reach with the same budget being spent. The ad frequency dropped by 30%, improving efficiency and reducing media waste, and it resulted in advertisers getting about 3 times more value from the spend through the improved targeting and performance. All these are assertions that I haven't tested, obviously, but that's what's being reported. Some of the services are going to be included in this. Roku's channel, their own proprietary channel, Prime Video, obviously on the Amazon. But you're also going to have third parties like Disney, Paramount, Tubi, WBD, Fox, and others. So all these ones comprise that CTV umbrella where Amazon is looking to sell ads. So Amazon touts this as a giant leap in performance-based TV advertising, giving these DSP users full funnel capabilities from brand awareness to conversion. So not a bad look there for Amazon.
Not at all. That's a great look. I think that's a really good look for Amazon.
And we all know where the advertising dollars are. They're leaving that thing right there.
Yeah.
Why do we have that on CNN, by the way? What's going on over there?
Oh, there. Who is
And it's coming into online.
Exactly.
We know that streaming online.
seen in the likes of with YouTube and the likes of Meta as well. Too. So
Absolutely.
Would you say Meta's revenue 97% of it comes from ad revenue?
That's crazy. It's insane.
It's
Which is it's scary, but
yeah,
obviously the
really
market doesn't
scary,
care.
right? Because what if like large corporations reduce ad spend? Then it's just like,
Or what if there's a disrupt? My concern, I don't think that's as likely as a possibility as a disruptor coming in. But then the disruptor has to have as many eyes.
Yeah.
And who has 3.2 billion active daily users?
What's going to break in? Who's going to beat?
I don't know.
Instagram?
Not right away.
Too many kids these days make money off it, and not necessarily the kids. I shouldn't have phrased it like that. But there's so many people that make money off of Instagram.
Yeah, oh God, yeah. Oh God, yeah. In all the ways you can think of. Let's talk a little bit about Boeing. So we know that today is the first day of the Paris Air Show. But because of what happened with the Air India crash last week, sadly, where almost everybody died, except for one person, CEO Kelly Ortberg decided it was not appropriate for him to attend, so he did cancel plans, sorry Adara, to attend the Paris Auto Show. Just teasing you. It's the first, to be fair to Boeing, the 787-8, that's their Dreamliner. This is the first deadly accident involving this model. One too many, if you ask me. The cause remains unknown, but pending black box analysis, we'll find out. The CEO, as well, of GE Aerospace, the company that made the engines on the 787 Dreamliner, also delayed its investor day due to the crash. So, you know, not a good look for this to happen, obviously, with the Paris Air Show, being so close. But, you know, I care less about that and more about the people who sadly lost their life. But
Absolutely. And that's why you're seeing the likes of Airbus really starting to gain market share off of these guys. The past
Joseph,
couple of years, Boeing has just been in
feels that way. Absolutely. Oh, no pun intended there.
Exactly.
No, but it feels like, you know, you've only got three big companies. You've got Boeing, Airbus, and then Embraer now is really trying to kind of,
But I mean,
Brazilian
it's just really dominated between Boeing was, again, when I remember, Boeing was like 95% of commercial airspace. Now Airbus is slowly starting to
Absolutely agree.
gain a significant amount of and I like flying on an Airbus.
I don't mind, bro. I don't mind either. Like, as long as I get there in one piece, you know what I mean?
At the end of the day, yeah. It's all
Sorry to say it that way. All right, let's keep going here. So the Paris Air Show will still see major activity with Boeing, Airbus, Embraer, as I just mentioned, expected to lock in hundreds of new orders. And Boeing, well, they're quite ambitious. They're forecasting about 43,600 new planes are needed globally in the next 20 years, with the emerging markets really being that growing or that driving force behind the growth. And listen to this, Joseph. Talk about margins. Listen to this. Lease rates and plane prices continue to climb amid supply shortages. So a 12-year-old 737, a busted-ass 737, that's 12 years deep, costing you $241,000 a month in a lease. That's up 42% in 2 years, dude. 2 years. That's how much the inflation was on that 737, 12-year-old 737. Wow. So that's really interesting to me right there, that the fact that they have so much demand, but they just can't pump out the airplanes. It must be a crappy problem to have. Escalating conflicts, obviously, between Iran and Israel had disrupted flight paths and increased focus on military budgets at the show. So we know Boeing, obviously, they've got a big military contract. I think it's for the B-21 or B-41 or something like that with the United States Air Force. The rising geopolitical risk could weigh on future commercial demand, but also bolster defense orders. And I'll just give you an example. Canada, we are going to actually meet that 2% NATO defense spending by the end of this year. We have been kicking the can down the road to 27. We're going to meet it by the end of this year, but that's not the end of the story, because NATO looks like they want to increase that 2% of GDP up to 5%. So just think about all the different, munitions and airplanes that have to be bought with that increase in spending. So we'll have to see how that all goes. Industry analysis expect about 700 to 800 aircraft orders to take place at the Paris Auto Show, which including firm and soft commitments, Joseph.
Yeah, good look there. All right, guys. New traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips. All in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. No, I didn't hear that drop trades. I'm not familiar with that story. I don't know how long ago that was when tails were falling off of Airbus. But I mean, if you want to compare the two, like Airbus has been performing better, and let alone do they have a lot less negative news revolving around them. Boeing has just been 3 years now, I think, of just pure negativity across the board. So, yeah.
Last one. AMD, one of your favorite stocks, Joseph.
yeah.
Piper Sandler liking it as well, to the tune of $140 a share. That's a nice bump up from the 125, price target that they previously had in the company. They maintained their overweight rating. The upgrade here reflects increased optimism following the company's recent product announcement and their improving business outlook. Piper likes the Helios rack that AMD unveiled at a recent event. They call it a pivotal catalyst for AMD. I don't know the last time AMD's been up 10% on a day, but it is up over 10%.
Bit more, you get back in here, but by the time you get back to your previous out, you're going to have the ability to add that position. So then now, by the time that you get back to where your initial entry was, you're at a 2-1 or you're at a 3-1 because now you've increased your risk to reward by getting in here and also adding it to the strength, which allows you to kind of take advantage of that move opposed to me just holding it through this pullback. And then now, at this point, I'm highlighting that I'm not even a 1-to-1, so you can't even partial off of that or anything on the outside. So just looking at everything from a risk to rewards perspective. And continuation, because when Neil was getting back in at VWAP or looking for the reload, that was the precise strikes, but just to see 117 on the triple witching expiration, minute. See, that's the thing, right? This is not Bitcoin, and I can get into this conversation. This is a Bitcoin miner, right? So the cost of Bitcoin are expensive, and it's the same with MSTR. So okay, so why do I own Bitcoin and not MicroStrategy? Well, because it's simply not Bitcoin, right? It's a secondary vehicle for us. So yeah, Mara, big time move, but you can see we put in a new high with Bitcoin, but Mara didn't do that just yet. And if we zoom out from a daily perspective, it's the 1 week. Even a week, it doesn't look good, but from a daily standpoint, this is not a good look. So, I mean, a lot of sideways consolidation. You're trading within about a $10-15 range here, but it's just a lot of eastward movement, and that's not something that I particularly want to be getting involved in. I'll look at one more Bitcoin miner here, and that's going to be Riot. Same thing here with Riot, same narrative here. Got a lot of ops and flows, ebbs and flows, would not be a good power fund for me to sit in this. You want to buy the lows literally on this one and sell high. It's much easier said than done. But yeah, up here I would not be looking to get involved with Mara. Riot or Mara, you want to wait for that pullback there. And then we'll take a look at one more before we send it back to Sharif. We'll take a look at Google. Okay, so yeah, let's talk a little bit about Google, because we have been monitoring the 170 and the 175 strike prices on Google, because that's where we noticed the highest level of concentration throughout the contract. And I'm still seeing that displayed at 175, even though it's not substantial compared to what we got at 180. So at 175, we have 19,800 contracts, but then also at 180, we have 50,000. So I think we're getting maybe in the works here by the end of the week with Google. I mean, there's a lot of bullish signs that we're seeing in the overall market, and I like this, especially with some of these tech names. Once all those contracts decay or they're rolled over on 145, I think that's going to be the time where we see NVDA put in a new all-time high.
All right, we're starting a new poll right now. Your two finalists are Micron, MU, up 3 2/3, and then the other one up, well, it was 10% like a second ago. AMD. Hold on. He says, hold up. Let's see if it works, Fabian. Okay, hold on. Let's see if it actually works out. It did respond. Yeah, okay, so we're still fixing some glitches here in this back. I think we were looking to run. I think we were. He needed to run the server or something like that on it. involved in right now, and I've been holding this for quite a while. We're 2 pennies in the money right now, but there's really nothing to write home about because we've been sideways chop the entire day ever since making that 449 high. We've been kind of locked in a bit of a range, about 430 to the high side, and now it's getting even tighter, 420 to the downside. We're above the volume-weighted average price by some distance, which is at $4. That's not really a glowing endorsement for a stock that's not doing anything right now. So MFI up about 26%, but really not breaking out. It's SBET that just got into that $14 area again. This is looking possibly double topish here. We got into 14 earlier, I want to say the 10:35, 10:40 time slot, and we just got back into it now. 14.25 high day, but you see where we are. We're below 14. We're dropping into 13.80 right now. So it does feel like that there is selling and that we can't seem to shake the sellers that have been at 14 basically all day. So it's up 50%. This one obviously has a history of really squeezing and making big moves. But I got to tell you guys, look at the Thursday price action. So there will be likely a lot of bag holders between where we were in the 30s, I think, back on Thursday and where we are right now in the mid-teens at 14. So keep your eye on this one. It's had a great day to the tune of 50%, but how long does it continue to go before it's met, by obviously a lot of selling because people that are holding this thing want to get the hell out. Let me show you here on the 15-minute. Yeah, that's real. So we were obviously at 50 some odd dollars, 47 some odd dollars just a few days ago, and then right at 4:30, or it seems like here on the 15, I can go into a more micro time frame here, but right at 4 o'clock or right after the bell, I should say, it went from basically $33 all the way down to 7, high 7s, maybe 8. Ended up closing at around 8 p.m. at around $10, and that was basically all it did. And then on Friday, it was a super tight range. It did basically nothing. Today, it's getting some higher highs and higher lows. We got 14 and a quarter high, but yeah, a bit of a tough area here. This $14 area on SPET. So let's keep an eye on that. SOGP is one that we were involved in a lot earlier on. Very wide range per candle, but very, very clear uptrend with the higher lows. You're not always getting higher highs on SOGP. In fact, you haven't touched the high of the day since I want to say about 12:55, so almost an hour now. But that's okay because you've been defending the volume weighted average price in addition to holding that higher low sort of pattern. So that one is in play, and I think will likely remain in play in the afternoon. The one that is really giving up the ghost here was the biggest mover and the biggest winner on the day. It goes by the ticker SRM, and this one has not been able to catch a bid for its life since this huge, basically double top here at 1084. So that candle at 1210 and then 1215, and then essentially got a flat bottom break. Lower high, lower high, lower high, all the while that $9 area was getting defended until it wasn't. And then it dropped down all the way down to $8, and now we've been kind of using $8, I want to say generally, as an area of support, but we're still not out of the woods. And I don't think it's time to go long yet on that SRM. And the reason is you're still putting in these lower highs. So that trend line right there, which is obviously very kind of loosey-goosey, the point is we're putting in lower highs, so the sellers are still in control whether or not this is above the volume-weighted average price, Joseph. So SRM continues to be in some trouble. RCAP was money twice off the volume-weighted average price. 915 neckline there. Look for that 947 high day break, but that'll probably come in the more liquid time period. Right now, the volume continues to drop off. Down into the right is the volume profile, so you're not really catching that aggressive volume to kind of push this one to the high side here, Joseph. So a lot of good small cap gappers that are not giving up the ghost, but they're not rocketing to the high side either. So be on the lookout for some of these to break out. Look for key levels as well as the high day to get that break there. So keep your eyes out on that, guys. Jim Kramer's in the chat. Yeah, Jim Kramer. Yeah. And he said, NVIDIA bounced this. I can't say the other word.
Yeah, I said Kramer would never say that. So.
No, he would never. Shout out to Kramer, man. Everybody hates on Kramer. It's making me like him now.
How could you not like him, man? Obviously, it's more or less for the entertainment, right? I love the lightning round where people. Did you ever try calling in?
I never tried. No. But those people that have their way of calling in, they don't give him the ticker until the end, so he doesn't cut them off, right?
You know what I mean? It's funny stuff. Maybe I'll try. Hey, man, you ever try calling in on Mad Money?
Tiedemann got to open up the TSX though. He got to ring the bell at the TSX. That's pretty badass.
Tiedemann is doing a big thing out here, man. He's been, he was on a show with
Danny Hines.
the other day,
Big Danny.
which is pretty cool. Yeah.
Tiedemann, what color shirt was he wearing there? Did you see him there? Or was it Voice? It was Voice. It was, I think it was X. What do they call that thing? X, places? Is it called Places? Spaces. Thank you, Raymond.
Yeah. I wonder how many sports analogies he threw up there. This guy loves a good sports analogy.
Shout out to All Class Adam. Welcome, my friend. He's just joining us right now. Shout out to All Class Adam Duluth, baby.
What time is it over there?
At 5 hours. 5 hours. Yeah, so it's 6:51.
7 o'clock.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Good stuff there. I heard they're having a solid summer over there in over there across the pond.
Have you been
I've never crossed it.
They got great weather out there.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. Well, I heard it's actually pretty good right now, but
Yeah.
for the most part, it's.
Can I tell you?
majority of it.
So I lived there for a couple years for school, and February, where like, would you say February is one of the worst months in Toronto?
Yeah,
It's got to be up there. January and February, right? Were the worst. They had like double-digit days in February. It was like 12 and 13. Not every day, but they would have that regularly.
There you go.
So it was nice. The worst month that I found for weather was November and December. Rain and wind like you wouldn't believe, bro.
Wow.
Yeah, and walking because, well, I was a student, I didn't have a car at the time, right? And I lived in a city called Leicester, so the public transportation was buckets. There's no subway or anything like that, right? Everything. I was heel and toe everywhere. And those were tough times. Let me tell you,
You
bro.
made it now.
Yeah.
It made you the man you are today. Wow.
There you go, baby.
Now you can tell the stories of like, yeah, you know what I had to do to get to school?
And Leicester itself, I hope nobody in the chat is from Leicester, but God bless that city, dude.
Yeah.
It sucks. It sucks big time. But the only good thing about Leicester is that it's about 45 minutes from Birmingham.
Yeah.
So one's East Midlands, one's West Midlands, and everything's connected by train, which is sick, right?
Yeah.
So you can weasel your way to Birmingham, which is the second largest city after London. Believe it or not, bigger than Liverpool and Manchester, which I didn't know. Anyway, that's enough England talk for now. Let's send you to another person who loves English shows.
Yes, I do. I'm a noted connoisseur of Midsummer Murders, but right now we're going to talk about the NASDAQ here. It's going to be topic around, we do have President Donald Trump apparently saying during the G7 summit that a trade deal with Canada is achievable. Apparently, like, we know that he met with Prime Minister Mark Carney. Apparently, they discussed easing tariffs on key industries like steel and autos. Apparently, Trump does prefer simple tariffs, but he showed some openness to Mark Carney's more complex proposals. Apparently, both sides exchanged ideas amid some broader tensions over U.S. trade policy. So again, apparently Donald Trump saying that a trade deal between Canada and the U.S. is, quote, achievable. We'll have to wait and see if that comes to fruition. But keep an eye on auto and steel stocks because those have really, of course, been in contention when it comes to Canada and the U.S. on trade. Back to you.
So apparently Neil's family lives there, and like I didn't know that, and I spoke quite quickly, so now I feel a little bit bad.
Hey man, it is what it is. But I think Neil would rather you tell him the truth.
Yeah, I think so as well. So he said no.
He said sugarcoat it. Yeah, sugarcoat it.
Yeah, he's not disagreeing, by the way. Leicester has its odd parts, says H.R. Lopez. I don't know about that place, man. I don't know about that place. It just wasn't for me. It just wasn't for me, no. Like, we're doing it
A couple years there.
2 years, yeah.
years?
So doing it all over again, I would either live in Birmingham.
Yeah.
London was too expensive, though, because as a student, it was super expensive. Or,
Even back then.
pardon me?
Even back then.
Oh, dude, it was 20 quid, 20-pound drinks at the club.
No way.
Yes, it was Vegas style.
Oh,
like
wow.
that. This is like late 2010s. So I was there 07 to 09. Yeah.
That's almost like $40 off there.
Easily. And back, like the first year I was there, the pound was 2. Then we had the GFC kick in, so the pound dropped, so it was a little bit better.
Okay.
But, oh my goodness.
What's up, ADL, brother? Hope everything's going
ADL.
Hey, he's an engaged man these days, isn't he?
Yes, it is.
There it is, bro.
Pop the question.
That's it, brother.
He did what he needs to do, bro. Talking about the UK, we love you, ADL, man. Shut up. Shut up, man. All right, guys. Let's get back into some business here. SBET topping tail
And so the double top that we were talking about possibly happening, looking a little bit more likely. It did dip down pretty aggressively from 14.25. The prior bar low is about 13 mid-40s. We are kind of caught right now in between the high and the low. The prior candle printed around 13.60s. It did hold the 20, and there was in this area over here 13.40, 13.50, where we obviously rejected. We couldn't print anything above there on a closing basis, which did end up holding. But this is not my style of trade. Let's pick it up on an uptrend when it's making higher highs and higher lows. SPET, fantastic look on the day, up almost 50%, but at the moment, we're still continuing with that downtrend. So keep tabs on that. Let me know what you guys are looking at, man. The conversation rate sucked then, says Scott Angel. I don't know what that means.
Conversion rate.
Conversion. Oh, sorry. Conversion rate. Yes, absolutely. Adam Duluth, it stayed pretty much 20 to 25 pounds. He's talking about the drinks at the club. So there you go. 20 to 25 quid a pop there. You're not even getting doubles. You get doubles, you could drop them 40.
That's crazy.
And I'm not touching, like I don't drink anymore, but I'm smashing double.
Damn.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
that's the way it is. Eddie R. Sharif, PS for clearing stickers and small wounds either. I don't know what that means.
No idea.
Oh, there it is. Eddie, as well, you couldn't buy alcohol 95% in the pharmacy either. Yeah, well, obviously 95% proof. Sure. They have a lot of different legal stuff in continental Europe that we don't have here.
Oh, really? Like what? Like we can
Just other stuff that we don't want to get dinged on because of the words.
Oh,
but
really?
you know what I mean? Yeah.
That's legal?
Yeah. Middle East as well.
Like 95% liquor and stuff like that?
Well, dude, number one, there's no price cap. There's no minimum price on the liquor there. You know, our liquor is artificially kept high for to reduce consumption. So they buy increasing taxes. There, you could go into like a mom and pop convenience store, pick up 2 bottles of wine for like 5 quid.
Dang.
Yeah, no, I'm serious. Like, there's gambling shops on every corner, which is not a big deal anymore because you can do it on your app here. But this is like 20 years ago.
The old feisty go.
Dude, you could bet on anything there. Like, what color socks if somebody's coming out with. Yeah.
There you go.
Everything's fair game.
I like the names of the pubs, even though I've never been there, but like when I've seen them, they all kind of look oldish and shanty. I'm not trying to bash them or anything like that, but like names like the Feisty Go and stuff.
Yeah, they have plenty of that.
Yeah, you
Love
know
it.
Adele.
More, I guess, updates here coming out of the Middle East. Apparently, according to local news, Iran is warning of, quote, a more painful response to the U.S., or I guess to Israel, if the U.S. fails to rein in Israel. So, again, continuing escalating tensions, market pushing a little bit lower. Let's see if it gets to this previous area of support around that 533 halves. Currently trading around 533.9, just shy of 534. But again, seems like there's continuing escalation in the Middle East. Also, in case you mentioned it, in case you missed it, I mentioned a couple of minutes earlier, President Trump saying that a trade deal with Canada is, quote, achievable, and he's been talking to Carney, of course, during the G7 summit. Back to you.
You gotta love Donald there, like trying to get a deal to get done while the missiles are in the air. It's just like, they should strike a deal. It's like, bro, they're bombing each other. Like, chill out, Donald.
Let them send a couple more with missiles before that gets. I don't know. Just end it all. It
Looking
gets
at that QUBT, highs, eh?
Yeah, it's big time moving. So Jameson, thank you for pointing that one out, and you can see the volume really start to pick up. This is an all-day trender right here, so a really good look here in QUBT. We can take. I'm going to pull it up on a different chart so we can get a better grasp of what's going on. But Tesla is starting to break down as well too. So there you go, a big breakdown, consolidation. I figured it was going to break one way or the other, and you can see the volume start to pick up now at that 2 o'clock hour. So all the boys came back from lunch, hit the sell button, and said, yeah, see you later. But let's pull up QUBT here momentarily. It is 2 o'clock. Katina, man, we're documenting this for sure. Don't forget. There you go.
Katina, man, doesn't like hearing that.
Yeah.
I gotta interrupt.
Okay, go ahead.
Mullen is breaking out, Neil. Something's going on with Mullen over here. Big breakout here on MULN. Have no idea what's going on. Looking at the blotter. I'm not seeing anything here on the blotter. So MULN was basically trading at $1.75. It jumped up $1. It's up $2.77. It's up 27%. It's zigging and zagging. So this could be a V-shaped retracement, an upside down V retracement, as we call it here, a Christmas tree retracement. So no idea what's going on with Mullen. I don't have anything on my blotter, but Adara, go ahead.
I'm just going to cut in quickly here. No news. Actually, not that much social media interest either, which I find shocking. The last mention was 2 minutes ago on X, so really hard to tell what's happening here. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara, for that. Yep. So nothing from Adara, nothing from myself, but it is time now to send you to the big boys, Neil and Sean. They're going to take over with the afternoon rundown. I'll see you guys very shortly on the green screen, Joseph. But MULN, I'm sure Neil will be looking at this because he looks at it.
Did you hit the gym this morning?
I did not because I smashed 3 times yesterday, bro. Morning sesh, tennis, evening leg sesh.
Dang.
So I'm like, no, I can't. I gotta
chill out.
do some R&R a little
Your
bit.
boy.
Mullen's taking out highs, Joseph.
Is it at
$42 and a half.
Is it at $1 billion?
No, it's not at $1 billion.
All right, there you go.
It's taking out highs. Neil and Sean, take it over, boys.
Yeah, welcome everybody.
I mean, Mullen is. I mean, it was $30 last week.
Like you could.
Now it's $1.
It's $2.70 now because it's up 40%.
Yeah.
But anyways, we were just sort of talking about how there's like a hedgie out there somewhere that is like Mullen is putting my kids through college and then some, shorting it. Because, yeah, everyone gets excited when it has an update, but this was legitimately was at $25, and the next day you could have shorted the back end of it. It was at 15, and I didn't even realize it got under $2 and bounced. But I suspect there doesn't need to be a story. It's just, Mullen doing some Mullen things, which is after it dies for a while, it picks up life. And when that happens, congratulations to anybody. BT. Now, generally speaking, been trading a lot of, recently been looking at
dropping some news there a little bit, again, about some settlement in the Middle East again. I think that's going to be all. Equity One, which is up here, and all-time highs. So yeah, maybe there's not a whole bunch to worry about here in the market.
Interesting because it might have trapped people underneath $50 here for a little bit, and the reverse head and know who this guy is.
Right, Tuvok, got it.
But the dude Tim Russ, who plays Tuvok, he is the guy from Spaceballs when they're combing the desert, and he's like, "You find anything yet?" And then they have the regular comb. It's like, "No, we found nothing." You find anything yet? Regular comb, nothing. You find anything yet? And then it's a two brothers with the pick, and he raises his helmet and says, "We ain't found. You know what?" And that's the dude, and he's like, I spent 8 years on a Star Trek show. I have 150 credits, and all anyone remembers is the one thing where I had 5 lines or 3 lines in the movie, whatever. And the only thing I remember from that is Tupac, but it wasn't Tupac, it was Tupac. And I love it. Yeah, what is the more you ain't found? And there's a new Spaceballs coming up. Yeah, there is. I think there's all these money grabs. There's that new Spaceballs. There's Happy Gilmore too. There's a bunch of stuff that probably won't live up to their expectations. I'm watching it. Happy Gilmore too. That is really like the end of Netflix. Or like it's Netflix. Yeah, Netflix only, as far as I know. And with all the more productions, I think everything that Adam Sandler does now on Netflix, yeah, it goes straight to Netflix. So I'm not going to stream that the first weekend. Oh yeah, as soon as it's on, I'm not trying to hate on the show. I just think that's not going to be as good as the first one. Oh hell no, it's probably going to be terrible. I mean, alligators eating ants, and all that kind of stuff. And that guy's passed away, of course. So yeah, let's go find out something about Sharif and the rundown and what you guys voted on.
UNH, TSA eases regulations for autonomous vehicles, basically giving them a legal framework to follow as they try to achieve autonomy, guys.
Okay, quickly before we get into Tesla, and I understand why that one's on the list 100% because it's a perplexing stock for a lot of people today. I just got out under review off on Micron. It seems like we're breaking down a little bit here, so not reloading. I had a once-off view off. I don't think it's got the juice. I'm going to hang on to Intel for now. Didn't trade Tesla, and I said during the lesson of the day, I'm so glad I didn't trade it. It just didn't have a read on this. I came in here thinking bullish. When I looked at the 15-minute, it seemed to me like after the strong Friday and the good robo-taxi news, we get like a break, maybe even a break out of 336 I had written down. And then when that couldn't even get going, it just flushed off the open. It couldn't retest the prior close down to 323 or 325 to 323. So it just sat here inside the range doing absolutely nothing. So we stayed away from it. Still an inside day for Tesla. I suppose you could see it maybe retest down at that low, 326, maybe get a bounce there, but it's just a bearish looking name. I'd be more inclined, like if it's going to be this week, it's been telling you the shorts in here in the low 30s, and why not take a shot at that, or maybe we'll give you off. I'm just disappointed. If he does get down to 323, 325, it'll be a much different story than if it does it at the open where you go dip and rip. So the good news is you can still call this a consolidation of a bull move on Tesla. The bad news is just for it to spit out such a bullish day. I know it's up 1%, but effectively it sat out the bullish day. A bit disappointing. I like the fact that you're able to at least, for now, knock on wood, close green. And consolidations can be good too because they lead to breakouts, but that breakout is waiting another day. I still like the breakout through this top of the prior week highs, but obviously we didn't get it today, so we didn't take it.
Yeah, I'm thinking like when I look at this stock here, I was thinking, you talk about, being up for now. I'm not sure it's going to be up for too long, especially if this market does give up somehow, but the market's holding up pretty good for Tesla. And I think that because we're doing the new voting system, some of the names on there are going to be a little different because they just vote against each other, like a one-on-one. So whoever Tesla voted against, we're right, because UNH was voted against MP Metals. Oh, okay. So that's one, no problem. This is where we're supposed to say get it Adara because get it Adara trades UNH. Get it Adara. Not sure. She's not sitting there. It doesn't know how you say it anyway, so I'll go find it. Yeah. And then you just say get it Sharif as well, but that's their thing. We'll leave it there. But no, for me, for Tesla, I mean, yeah, for me, I'm not getting it at all today. I don't think there's much going on right now for TSLA. Up 1% on the day, looks pretty comfortable here. I don't know. I think that's not enough news, I guess. I thought there could have been more here. I mean, I did have it on our list. I was looking for 330 or 336 high break from last week. It doesn't look like we really are going to get too much of any of those. Like the 330 has just been the magnet. I mean, that's where view up is right now. So, good talks today about the trade, but nothing really happening here on Tesla. For me, there's better days to trade it. And today's doesn't look to be one of them to me. So I'm going to pass on Tesla and then just wait. I mean, I still think that 336 is the better trade. Just wait for it to come up there. We haven't had that chance. The pre-market break really didn't do anything, and then we haven't even broke Friday where I thought could have been another one there. So I would just let this settle in. Hopefully tomorrow we can open up above 333 or in that area, and then we can have our sights set right here, right now on that weekly high break of 336. So for me, that's what we're going to do is wait on Tesla. It's not interesting enough for me down here. 325 again is different. So if we can get there, then I think that's a go. But for now, sitting on your hands for Tesla, I don't think that's a bad strategy. Cash right now, if you're looking at Tesla trade, just wait. The time will come.
Really selling off again, guys, to the tune of 2%. There's no major catalyst on the day, but we saw the departure of their CFO, as well as some agencies saying that they may no longer look to do business with UNH, guys. The market not liking that, down into 307, but above 300.
Yeah, it's in a bit of a stair-step pattern here, a very small range for UNH. So a lot of people bought the dips on UNH in the middle of May there, and if you were really patient, like not trying to buy the extended move, you waited, you bought on the second day, or you bought to pull back in. Maybe you got some 90s. Otherwise, you could have something in the 305 range. All those prices still look good, but you got to really squint to see any movement. Until it breaks, it's like let me just go back to here, 327, 328 maybe. They call it 327. That's when it can at least test and try to break some of this gap. I think that's where I want to get some out. When it's breaking through that gap fill, until that happens, and it's a long way away from it, it's nothing too much to get excited about. So it's got a head and shoulders on it right now. If you're in the short term, what I mean by that, on the 15-minute, you can kind of see there's the one shoulder. It broke down without even really holding the other. A bit of a slump look going on. So 310 looks like a pretty key level here for UNH to be able to chew through, and then 300 probably your next support. I think when we've seen tech work, sometimes the space has been a little bit weak here for healthcare, unless you're HIMSS right now, which got all of the attention. So this is probably a very slow grind without a catalyst for the next leg up, but it's still very much in the midst of that recovery after things fell apart and it got down underneath the 300 level. It's not much of a day trade. I think it's a hold. If you bought those holes from before, you haven't had too much of a reason to get out, but there's also no excitement in it either.
Yeah, all right, hold on a second here. Tell me I don't want to forget. So there's, okay. So quickly here, XLV. XLF the financial, XBI the biotech, but XLV the healthcare. So just if you wanted to, play the space, but not really have as much exposure to UNH themselves, there's Humana, there's a couple different names that are in the healthcare space. So this would be one that obviously got hit during all this downside on UNH, and right now we broke above the 50-period moving average. So if UNH is on the way back up, probably the whole space would be as well. So I think just to be a little safer, if you did want so Neil talked about some day trades and possible, ideas around current levels. But I'm just going to say for an investment for long term, I think this got a good, I don't want to say it's an all clear, but above the 50 period is always pretty good. So, we made it back there. We're trying to hold, I would say 135 to 134, rated here a decent spot to either start a position or add to one if you were excited about it. That is your XLV, the healthcare ETF. So go have a look at that one if you're so inclined. But okay, there it is. Now it's Palantir, something that I can talk about because we traded a little bit of that today.
All right, Palantir, no specific catalyst today, guys, but making yet another all-time high. One has to assume, though, obviously the issues in the Middle East are helping propel this one as it's very military adjacent. Want to bring this to your attention as well. Andrew founder Palmer Luckey, as well as Palantir co-founder Joe Lonsdale, looking at investing in a crypto-friendly startup bank to basically help out Silicon Valley, reporting the New York Post. Guys, obviously not related to Palantir, just thought I'd let you know.
Okay, well, yeah, this wasn't on our watch list or anything like that, but it was the number one trade today on the sticky note. So I'm just going to hit that thing right there. There it is, man. Palantir 140 long. This opened up at all-time highs. I said it should be watched closely. Any dips to like 139.50. We were like, okay, but we didn't even get anywhere. Wow. I guess we got close to that. But we were just sitting at 140, man. It came in right away. We took that long, and I say the rest is history all the time, but this was giving us 50 cents worth of space. We just told you 139 was what we were looking at to break out. So 50 cents worth of space went up $4, continues to climb higher. I just think that they're a play on defense, they're a play on immigration. They're just anything that basically the Trump administration is trying to enforce right now. Palantir, because of big data and because of the approvals they have for their foundry and everything like that. I said already last week that I thought that they had one of the biggest moats around them, period, right now. And that's also why I like Big Bear AI. I think there's some good opportunity for both of these companies to continue to grow, despite whatever the PEs are. There is no PE for Big Bear, but for Palantir right now. So, it's a great trade. It got going real early. It's very difficult. And I only had half of a unit here, so it's not, but still, my number one stock P&L, I've only traded two, would be AMD, but this is a really good second place, man. It just took off. We started getting some out, always near, some kind of highs that we think anyways, and that was 143. Then we touched out at 145, so we've got some good fills there. Palantir up 4% and just continuous to go. Like, again, with everything happening in the Middle East, felt like this was a little bit of an easier trade to make today, and that's what I'm looking to do, make as easy trades as possible. And Palantir today just made sense, and cents, it made dollars. So there it goes. Palantir, a good trade to the upside this morning, and hasn't done much since. So we'll just continue to watch it. I think a 143.50 break gets this name going back up to highs. I'll probably trade that breakout, 143.50 right here. If we can break above this little area, then we'll go long, and we'll see if we can do some more damage on PLTR.
Yeah, Palantir in this portion of the show brought to you by VinFast, as they just dropped their Q1 2025 earnings. Revenue's up 150% year over year, and they've made a big jump on gross margins, now from minus 35% up from the negative 59% they were at last year. That's thanks to tighter cost control and growing scale. The company's global push continues, rolling out new products, new dealerships, and expanding their green mobility ecosystem. Shout out to VinFast. You can scan the QR code out in front of you to get more information. And let's give a shout out to Nimrod as well. Thank you very much, Nimrod. I see B-Day membership drop at 9:30. If you want to get one, you must subscribe to the channel first. Not sure what time that is. It's probably locally for you, so I don't know what time you mean here, Eastern time. Maybe drop that in there for us, Nimrod. Appreciate you so much. Shout out to Nimrod. If it's your birthday, happy birthday as well, Nimrod. I'm assuming that's why you were doing the membership drop. Always a fantastic member of the community. We appreciate you a lot there. I don't really have much to add on Palantir. I had my note Palantir 138.5 to 139. It didn't get down there for a dip buy. It hasn't done much, but it does look like it has one of those late day rallies, and it did one on Friday. That was more of a it was like a VWAP play on Friday. You got the dip, it broke the trend down in here, gave you one look to kind of break out, and went 137 something to 138.5. So I think it had something like that potentially in it, but that was different. It was kind of coming off a downtrend and broke that trend. But holding VWAP looks nice for Palantir.
Guys, great look today for AMD. What a move up, guys. Are we above 10? No, we're 9 1/3. We were above 10 momentarily. Piper saying they're liking AMD, reiterating their outperform rating, but boosting that price target, boys, from 125 to 140.
Yeah, I mean, who would have thought AMD? So we put your hands up for that one. I mean, there it is, man. I mean, this was written down. We love this trade today. 118, gimme, down there. Give me that 120 break, and then boom, upside for AMD. Again, it's just like there's going to be love for certain names on certain days. And I mean, I wish I had sort of that crystal ball, but I think the playbook that we have is pretty darn good, right? I mean, I'm waiting for names to come up. It was on our watch list today. I had just written down on here, we wrote down this long, so it's $8 off of our sticky note. Just a key level break here, upgrades, plus that new product drop last week. That's all that we wrote down, man, and it was pretty simple. So if we're just going to forget about the trade, whatever, man, it's $7, it's huge. It's what it is. You guys heard me say that all morning. But it was just like breaking through 120. I kind of zoomed out, looked at these levels, and there it goes, man, right there into 120. So I was like, if we break that, I mean, 120, 150 would have been good. Like 123 would have been good. 124, heck, that was great. But what about this move upside right now? So we just started to clean out a lot of this trade here at 123. So realistically, that was $5 on some, $3 on others. And then as we started to go back up to the upside, the reason why our net is really well today is we were able to hold a decent amount for the upside push there on AMD. But shout out to Ryan Nola, who's apparently now asked 3 times. So I'm going to answer your question here in the chat about NVIDIA. You just want to see how NVIDIA looks. I've mentioned it was not on my radar today just because I thought AMD for some reason I came in and I don't normally trade AMD, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to have a look at AMD. Yeah, it's not there yet, Ryan, in my opinion. Like that breakout, right here, you're going to get up. I mean, to me, this looks real healthy. I prefer calls in this over AMD. It's just, I don't know if it's ready yet. Like, I think tomorrow, if we could start the day in this 148 to 150 area, then we will take out this all-time high of 154 tomorrow. So I really, really like the stock. I think it's really traded well off that 200 period moving average. Since we broke through 130, like that kind of looks like a great level as well. So I think this continues to work. I don't really see too much negative headwinds as far as NVIDIA is concerned. They're adjusting their new chips for China. Feel like this whole Trump-China thing will get resolved, tariffs eventually. And that's the best news that we could hear, right, is that something has been figured out. So let's just wait to see if NVIDIA can get going or not. But for me, I'd wait for it. I just want to see like a 1.4, like the minute we see 149, like 148, like that 150 is going to have tons of size on it. But once it blasts through that, then it's up and away, right? So yeah, I really like NVIDIA here. I can't see too much in the fault way for trading this one. So great look there. As long as it holds view up, I think you're fine for today. But I mean, I think NVIDIA is going to all-time highs this week. So let's just wait to see if that is the case. It's about 6% away from here. So if we can get that, then
its only problem is that all of the other chip names were nowhere close to the. Whether it's Marvell, whether it's AMD, whether it's Micron, even Intel was up today. By the way, so I'm not as big a fan of it underneath the volume weighted average price when the market's holding over. Line for QUBT, it doesn't have a good one off the open. sometimes you get false breakouts, like it did there above the 50-period moving average. But just back to
right? I have very few shares left. If I had lots of shares, Naveen and everybody in the chat there, either way, I'd rather play for the upside than really worry about the downside. So for me, that's what back, magically stops again at 330, down another 350. So this trade alone gave you $12 for the range. So three times, you get $12 and 6 times. So if you can play around with this level, fine. I just don't see for myself. I don't see too much value here. I think you either get to the top, or I think it's a good short up here at 332. Just like to break that high, which is your profit. Probably definitely like that risk. Or you can wait to see if the market does collapse and fall back into 326, 327. So those are the trades for me for Tesla. So stuck in the middle, something now not that interesting. Oh boy, here we go. Man, with this about let's go over and find out what happened in the big area. I mean, we talked about buying this thing on that 370 area. We talked about the last couple of weeks. Got it into it. This is Southern California right now. But there's the move up to 408. Good day for big area. I have no news. So we'll wait to see if this thing can pop through. And we haven't been up here in a minute. So 5-minute chart doesn't do too much. In the daily chart, we're just waiting for that pop because when we get it, I do think this is imminent. So we're going to wait for that. 450 is the trade level. Looking for 450 gets us to 6, I think. And then that's where I'll start to exit some of the position around $6 with the total target in and around 8. So this is what I'm looking for on big area. If you want to join me on that, great. I was talking the same way about Palantir.
Looks like we both supposed to hide. I saw in the chat. You put it 1 or 2 times, it's all good. Roy in the chat mentioning this name. Hey, bouncing off the $10 level. Why is it matter? I mean, look at the daily chart. It's just linking the market. You got the 10 bounce. It's now consolidating at that price area. Seemingly bouncing, but remember, making slightly lower highs with each, like last week's double bottom, which was 2 weeks ago, double bottom there at 1040, and then you had a double bottom here at 1020. So it is trending to the downside while trying to break back out. I think once this gets above 1150, you see a little bit more juice in the trend. So I still think it's in a downward push. I'm not adding to this thing until I see a real test of the $10 level and give it some time. If I'm looking to get into a position to take like 20-25%, I'm usually waiting for something to stay down. The next earnings report, a catalyst, a big move or some kind of setup on the chart, or just wait a couple of months in the long term. We were looking pretty solid. I was going to go over to Bitcoin just very quickly because this is still, I think we're holding 108 right now on Bitcoin. And it doesn't seem, it's not really doing that much, but it's holding this trend pretty well. And it feels like one of those, if you can just dip back into the prior highs, just go dip and rip here on IBIT, will be the name of the game. Super strong name. You can throw a bunch of like GME as an example of a Bitcoin related stock. It's doing well. Robinhood's up 5%. This has a quadruple top right now at 76.4 on Robinhood. So if we get this market can get off its, you know what, the Nasdaq's actually slightly pressing down to the volume weighted average price. If we can start to bounce off VWAP and maybe look a little bit stronger for the afternoon, Robinhood seems prime for a break. I don't want to be taking this breakout and clear limit resistance when I'm looking at the futures and they're kind of trending down. The only thing I'm still in, I mentioned that Intel. Someone asked, did you get into it much earlier? Well, a couple of times. One time at 1 o'clock. It's bouncing on VWAP as we speak. So short into VWAP the first time, stopped at a break even, and got back in again off the 90 level with an 88 short. And if it gets back up there again, I'll my trails in here just around the 80 level, and I would try to get back in off that high. So just playing inside of the range to the south side of that name. But I like to look in IBIT for a dip buy and see if we can't pick something up. Just pull back into about 61.25-ish on IBIT. I mean, I don't know what that works out to the Bitcoin prices, but we get down there, I'll start looking to see if we can't get the bid. Well, we're also mentioning that Coinbase is looking strong. You got to pick yours, right? Like Coinbase having a good day, the market's having a good day, Robinhood's having a really good day. So it makes sense that Coinbase 7.5% is a little bit. It's having a great day for Coinbase. I haven't touched this thing. I think someone asked us about it at 250 this morning. No, it wasn't. I think when we talked about it, we're like, yeah, the 250 break was clean, but we were probably asked about it a little bit later on. It still has, actually right here, like 262. rounded bottom into 262. Looks like a pretty solid breakout level. Maybe a little bit higher than that for Coinbase. It's got some room. It's got room to about 270, 272 here on the daily chart. And strong name. You just kind of pick your spot. Coinbase, like a lot of the crypto names, looking absolutely fantastic. We haven't gotten our test of Bitcoin's all-time high or new freshing all-time high yet. I still think we're getting there. We're wrong about, kind of wrong about getting it this weekend. But on that call, they didn't really know what was going to end up happening last week in the world, which hurt that call a lot. Let's be real.
Yeah, I mean, I was telling you guys last week, man, we bought some more at 105. We bought some more at 103. I'm getting long Bitcoin more and more every day. And that's just what I'm doing. So JP Morgan, again, talking about one financial to another here, Bitcoin and JP Morgan. I know we're going to wait back above 270. We sold some at 268. Proclamation, Trump expecting to sign something in a couple of days. So right there, proclamation of UK trade, beef, steel, and ethanol. So, all right, so 270, we're now above there for JP Morgan. I came across the scanner right here because we are back down into VWAP right now. So generally that's a good area, and it looks like it's bouncing here off of said good area. So nice move there for JP Morgan, bouncing off 270. VWAP is not 270, it's like 270.30. So nice move there. Maybe we'll get that to come back in. But the name that's moving off here, going into, and I think going to make new all-time highs at some point here would be, I'm not sure if this is the all-time highs, but 52-week highs, 77.80 for Robinhood. So that was that little move right there, 77.80. We ticked up to that. So if you can see Robinhood now trying to get above all of these levels, this is sort of why I thought Webull has a good opportunity to do something similar to this, where it just does nothing for a long time. Robinhood was up here, then it was went down to like a $5 stock, and now you're up to 70 and change, $76 looking to take out highs, and still, and the momentum on this name continues to get through the roof here. And this is, again, a great 76.50. What about just breaking that long and going long? I think that's going to be a trade for me right here that we're going to be putting on like immediately. So 76.50, good. Watch the fake and break, the break and fake. Sorry, it's something that I've sort of coined right there. And if we can do that, then there's the break, right? And then there's the fake back down in. So this could break, come back into 76 or 76.50. So I'm going to take that trade. I'm going to lock and load that right now. Let's punch it for a unit through this area, and then let's load up to like 4 or 5 units if it does pull back into $76. So this is the thing, man. Like, these are the trades I'm looking for. They've been working, and AMD gave us something very similar to that off the open right here, where first of all, this is just a trade that we were sitting there at 118 because we had talked about it and we liked it. So that came in, boom. Like, you never know what those feels. That's why when it went up, we automatically were getting out at 119s and stuff. I was like, I'll take it. But then there's that move right there. This was the one that we actually had written down as our number 2 trade. Our number 1 trade today was 140 long on Palantir. Our number 2 trade is Tesla, which didn't trigger. Our number 3 trade is this one right here, the 120, and they're not listed in order of priority. It's sort of how I'll look at them as the market opens up. But right there's the 120 break. It happens at 9:33, so a little bit early for a break, but whatever. If I'm doing the work and it's going to break, then I'm going to take. And then there's the fake. The break, take, fake, remember what we're talking about. There it comes down into VWAP. It goes down about 50 cents, and then pop goes the weasel there to the upside. So if you missed the 120, you had lots of opportunities to get it again right back in there. So that's kind of the play that we'll do for Robinhood. Just, you guys, the viewers always talk about how, one of the most important things, obviously, is the education that we're doing here. So there's where it would be for me again. There's the break, right? And then if there's a fake, then it'll come back into this area. So 76.50, looking for a breakout long here on Robinhood into the afternoon.
Yeah, I like those fake breakouts because they give you good, real, like really good dip buys. I'm sitting, I like Robinhood too. I like the 76 on the dip. I actually prefer the dip buy because I think the market's coming down right now, so I kind of felt because of that we'd get a dip first and not a breakout. So I want to see if we can't pick that one up. I have Apple up right now. and the market's trying to roll over a little bit here. We talked about this morning. Look, as far as Mag 7 names go, downward sloping under the 50-period moving average just to get the longer time frame first, and wide favor shorts in an upward day. Couldn't break out the morning highs. Still support at 197. Never bullish enough on the stock to buy it down there. I think we did one time on. Actually, no, that's not true. We had a long on Friday on it, but that's fine. I'm looking for this one as a fade, but I'd like to see it actually break down. If we break down underneath VWAP, then this is the name I want to get involved in. If this market's going to be weak, then to me, this is a relatively weak stock here for sure. Just want to try to see if we can't grab that bad boy. And I think that analysis and this segment brought to you by Prop XP. Level up your trading game with Prop XP. Up to 1 to 200 leverage and a static shutdown, or drawdown, sorry. Scroll the site and pick your challenge at propxp.com. Trade directly on the platform. Sign up, try it for free, and start your trading journey. Enjoy rapid payouts and real human support, no bots. Rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot, trusted by traders worldwide. Right now, get 50% off with the code TRADERTV. The link is in the description. Be the trader, get funded, join Prop XP today. Your edge starts there. Visit propxp.com, everybody.
Like, shout out to Nimrod here in the chat. 100 memberships.
There it is.
100 memberships times $5.
Happy birthday, Nimrod.
Happy birthday to us, it seems like. Thank you so much from all the viewers to you. That means a lot. And of course, happy birthday. I mean, that is an absolutely amazing super chat. That's like $500 right there. And you're doing better than giving the 500 because you're including everybody with us. So thank you so much for all of that, man. That is amazing. Like $500. Wow. Thank you again for all of that. US dollars too. So obviously us here in Canada. I believe you're Israeli. Sometimes you talk about the shekels and stuff like that. So thank you so much for that. It means a lot. And a big happy birthday. Drop your age. No, if you just want to see. But thank you so much.
25.
25. Yeah, always be 25 forever for sure. So again, thank you so much. It means a lot to us and to the community. So from us to you, thank you. So much. And here, I'll show it right on the screen. If you guys are not members yet, get it immediately right now. Thank you so much for, again, supporting the channel. And that's it, man. Yeah, that's my thoughts too. Money, 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 money. Great trading from Nimrod. He sometimes will put in some of the trades that he makes as well. And yeah, big one there. Thank you so much for that. It's overwhelming when we see stuff like that.
Oh, that's a great number, Nimrod.
What is it?
It says 42. Wasn't afraid to say it. That's my.
There you go. Yeah, you should never be afraid.
That's my favorite number. Hey, you're a little younger than us, but great number, that 42. So enjoy it. I mean, you got a long way ahead, and we've got a lot more to accomplish here for sure. Unfortunately, accomplishing nothing but breaking the low of the day. I just noticed this one. Oracle breaking down a bit. Now, granted, Oracle had things on its back for the back half of last week. It completely refused to go down, regardless of any of the headlines that we had last week. But if you're looking for something, like I was looking at, obviously, Apple just now, which is relatively weak compared to the market. Oracle breaking through the bottom. A gap fill is tremendous, but if you go to the afternoon highs from Friday, obviously, 209 looks like the next stop for Oracle here. So not necessarily, I mean, it's not flying around. The volume's actually not even all that great, but breaking down a bit. I think this can give you some good opportunities to not have to chase this big of a move. If it can pull back in, maybe retest the prior high, that gives anybody that didn't want to chase this $45 move in the last 4 sessions or 3.5 sessions for Oracle, it gives you a bit of a pullback into the prior high, potentially here going on for that name. All right, so Robinhood's trying to get to 76, but it's not quite there yet. And Apple still cruising towards a volume-weighted average price, but holding up. NASDAQ's at VWAP right now, and this is kind of holding above there. So maybe this isn't going to be the one to break down. I have to find something else that's looking a little weaker relative to the market that's breaking through.
5,400 of you watching right now, okay? there's almost as many likes as Nimrod's dropped gifts. So, I mean, if you just got a gift from Nimrod there to become a member, you know, hit the like button. Like, let's go, man. Do it for Nimrod's birthday. That's it. Like, we should be able to get 1,000. It's 5,400 of you watching. Let's see if we can get that number really ramped up right here immediately on the stream. So, I feel like the next time I check that, that's probably going to be 800 or 900. We want to thank all of you for all of that. Also, I want to know which large language model you guys are using more to, you know, cheat on your essays and do things like that, or write letters to people you don't want to, or whatever you guys are all using it for. I was only thinking because, like, right now we got for the show, we're Google Premium or something like that. So we have the Gemini Pro. So the G Suite there. So I just want to know, like, are you guys using anything paid model, paid version, ChatGPT Plus or whatever it is, or anything like that? Or if you guys are Perplexity, they all have a paid model. And if you've used them all that are paid models, which one do you prefer? Because I'm just trying to use some things here for Gemini and see if that's any good. Because again, we have that Pro version. So wondering how that was looking for. I think if I'm lucky, it's going to be 32. It's probably 3250 actually. Rate. We're going to be getting out, and that's when I put an order back into here because it was a name that I like. Similarly,
comes to them making up, there's something to be said about the reliability of someone with a profit mentality. Why? Because generally speaking, you can trust them to behave in a certain way, which is in the best interest of their wallet. So I think that's why you're going to get deals done, because everyone understands if we don't deal with the US, then everybody loses. So deals will get done, whether we're going to like them or not, who knows? So when we get to the top here, I think that's why it's that ended up the way it was, getting resolved. Bouncing right back, and then that's actually bounced off a lot of IBIT support highs, and Bitcoin just broke its highs and get high, be a little bit more clear. Unfortunately, kind of make a little inverted in here because we haven't broken the top on Robinhood. We can back in on that 76 level. It just bounced relatively cleanly off of that level. Now it's trying to catch all the way back up. Still trying to reversal. Did not get it. I'll leave the bids in there with the stop underneath, like we could say 90 something in here. So until we've broken out that high, I still want to get a bit of a higher low if we can, but it might just be the Bitcoin story at this point. This is already breaking out high and looking incredibly strong. It's only up 3%. Remember, it's, Bitcoin's not moving 10% intraday. That's what we do expect to move anymore. We have a lot of room for it to just slowly grind higher. I think if I don't pick Robinhood, I mean, that's first available dip here. Bitcoin just play the trend. The trend is your friend to the end. If it bends at some point, fair enough. And like I said, I have trailing stops until it got to the bottom weighted average price. That should take care of itself for sure. We'll think Amazon, almost high to take here on Amazon. Where is that? My chart looks wrong. That's a 216 and a half here. Looks like it's the current high. Looks to be like an overnight wave to selling. It's closer to 217 on my level 2. But wow, nice looking top here for a double top break on Amazon. I like that a little bit better this morning, but I guess this one is the one that's going. I want to see my KPI before it's gone too far. Great look, Amazon's about to break 5 a day in about 15 cents, just or 10 cents or so, based on that candle looking incredibly strong. But it's IBIT or Bitcoin that's on my mind via either Robinhood on the dip to 76 or pull back into this prior high of the 50s here on IBIT. I'm checking the chat saying JP Morgan just filed a trademark for those crypto stablecoin called JPMD. Everybody wants this. We're talking about this with Walmart and well, we were mentioning Amazon, actually Walmart and Amazon. Everyone wants to be able to get in the game so they can have a piece of the pie. The other thing that I think might be going on is the proliferation of US dollar denominated stable coins. It gives another way for foreign governments to be invested in the US that will buy us from these stable coins. And that's another way for you to use your US dollars. And obviously the president is all about stable coins as well. So I think there's going to be something to that. And I wonder if we see some of that baked into the back end of some of these deals. Wouldn't surprise me one bit. Just be careful with some of the I don't know, JP Morgan is a stable coin, I'm not worried about it. But some of the other products that are going around here, the companies that are getting into random, let's just buy some Tron, not the crap on SMR. Sorry, SR, I should say. Not the crap on them, but I think you got to be really careful with something like this. Like, I don't trust that as far as I can throw it. Not that I know anything about how you can throw it. Yeah. Well, back in the day, I had a pretty solid arm. If you noticed yesterday, I actually put the pitching machine because we had practice yesterday 5 to 7. I put the pitching machine, aimed it in the outfield. Yeah, that's
and
what
just
you did.
dropping the balls. Well, I was working with the girls in the outfield, but I had one of the coaches. And it was just firing like perfect fly balls at them. We did some relay stuff and all that kind of stuff. So it just saves you on the strategy that you happen to do it. Yeah. And then I turned it around and throw them out, and then it was firing off for so I saved my arm yesterday. It's a good thing to have. But otherwise, you're just like, we do need a trader TV coin. I think we've been talking about that for a minute. And you guys could chat in that, and then we could even get around the amount of money that Google takes from these super chats. So It opened at 177? No.
No. It opened at like 75.
Oh, yeah. It's almost at 177, actually. No. Almost. Yeah. So I just wanted to say, like, here was a little bit of a review here on some of those coins that we had talked about there today. I mean, you can see Bitcoin obviously still the king of the castle there. Ethereum's nicely trading at 2,600 as well. So that's doing quite well for their holders of that coin. I mean, it was a rough go for a minute for Ethereum until it finally got going in the last month or so. I mean, it was down $1,800 there. TJ there. TJ, the other one. Right there, guy. Basically was talking all about just like 4,200 or something. And then that was kind of the top. It was kind of one of those things that people were talking about in that coin. But anyways, okay, there's a move down there on that. Tether, we never want to see that moving away from $1. Ripple XRP today hit the side. I've been pretty aggressive with crypto recently. I really do like it. So I bought more XRP and I bought more Bitcoins, but I did sell out of Ethereum. So I sold out of Ethereum $100 less than this, put it all into Bitcoin and Ripple. And I didn't add XRP. I didn't add anything to the Solana trade. I'm not sure. I like Solana, but I just, as far as smart contracts, I'm not sure about them. And then needs a competitive play down here on Cardano. I'm being lazy with it just because of where the cost base is. But anyways, Cardano right there, 88. I like it, and that was a surprise, like throw into the pool there by Trump when he was talking about the crypto reserve. So here we go. All right, new position alert. New position alert. Power hour alert. I don't know if you're getting money involved with this trade or not, but there's Robinhood. We talked about it, at least we gave this to you earlier, and Robinhood right now trying to get going. I said that we would take that break right there. If there's a fake, then we'll try to grab that fake as well. But there's the move a little bit higher. It's not doing anything. It was 10 cents. I only hit the siren because we finally got it. But there it goes. Just came in the last minute. So there's the break higher while the market's doing this. So, all right, could it fade out against us? Yes, it could. But I'm just going to go either 76 clean as our outs, but average back in if we can get a 50-period moving average. So we're about 1 unit in right now. We'll put on like another unit there, give us an average price of like 35, which is right there. And then we'll go after that and see if we wind up with an L if it breaks lower. So yeah, pretty confident in this play for now. Not confident, but I like it right when I took it. So let's wait to see here what winds up happening with Robinhood. With that being said, because we still have a decent amount on, let's just zoom out a little bit. Okay, we don't have anything recently anywhere near here. As I just said, what was the high? Was a high tick that we got randomly one day, 77.80 on Robinhood. Yeah, that one high tick like 8 years. That must have been. We're showing it right there. That was a few days ago. 77.80. So we did have. So that's a problem here. It looks like at 70 or so before. If we sort of see daily just right into there. I mean, you're sort of drawing at. Not trying at straws, but like it's kind of like, okay, I don't, where are we really going with this? So if Robinhood, I think we have a little bit of a target area now that I want to look at. So we sort of have the play. If this gets to 76, like 65, something like that, let's take off like maybe 20% or 15 cents because our reload is 15 cents from here. So let's give it a shot. The market is coming back in a little bit here. Nothing to really be worried about, but could be we only have 3 trades today. AMD, Palantir, which is still in, but very light, and then a brand new one here with Hood. So we'll give it a shot. 76.65-ish for our first piece, and then reloading this long if we get back into this area, 76.25. So that's sort of my new play here. Here it comes right back up. Maybe we'll get where we think we can get here. Get some out there and put a lower bid as well into the 20s. So if we can get that, then we'll rock and roll here with our good friend Robinhood. But yeah, it's been a good trade. I mean, that's been a good one. It's just I feel like you kind of need that one early. It kind of reminds me a little bit of Palantir.
2021 hit 85. So what's that?
21?
Yeah.
It's just a wild west back then.
Yeah, and obviously 2021, with some of the highs, like 2021 was the year that everything, we had a real pullback. If you think, if you pull up the 2021 pullback versus COVID, you're like, 2021 was crazy. Some of the highs that got made. So Robinhood made its high back in there. I like IBIT, but I see Tom H mentioning CRML multiple times. A few people have said this. Yes, 65% to the upside. Yeah, it's related to the U.S. government. Critical Metals Corp. That's the one from this morning. 7.7% short flow. We can go to Dara for the update on that story, but it just broke out on volume going into this high. Wow, Heaven is really going. Sorry, Bitcoin is really going as we're absolutely flying back into the upside on Bitcoin. Look at that great trend breakout here for sure. Let me see what Webull is going to be doing here. Webull still in a bit of consolidation, so it looks like it's just IBIT right now, looking super strong. Yeah, we're not able to catch that. I didn't want to break. I wanted to buy the dip in this thing. It just didn't. It didn't make any move to the downside. You're absolutely charging here to the upside. But that CRML, we can go to Adara for a quick update.
I did this one earlier. There's no news story on this. I did talk about it during the small cap recap. But the story here is that apparently the company has received a $120 million non-dilutive funding letter of intent from the U.S. Export-Import Bank. Now, this funding is supposed to help the company kickstart its Tanbreeze rare earth project in Greenland. Apparently, this is going to be a 15-year term loan as part of the U.S. Supply Chain Resiliency Initiative. It would help cover early-stage development as the company targets annual output of currently up to 85,000 metric tons. The total capex they'll actually end up needing is $290 million. So this $120 million funding, under half of this, regardless here, CRML to the upside, 7.7% short float. It is, of course, a critical metals play, as evidenced by the name. So definitely a hot sector right now as well. Back to you.
Right. And what doesn't surprise me, that we've been pretty hot recently in these markets, but there's Robinhood. We get our first area out at 65s. It does go as high as 70 there. So, yeah, I could have waited for 70s, but we took the 65 there. And now it's still doing what it's doing, nothing. So we're going to wait for a pullback into the 50-period moving average. And if it wants to go now, it can go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. We did have for Father's Day, we also played yesterday along with the practice. And we got to choose our walk-up songs for our kids because it was Father's Day. So some of the kids had wrestling theme stuff. And, of course, Gia had Let It Go from Frozen. And it was hilarious. Everybody in the whole place was laughing because that was her walk-up music. And she was not that embarrassed. She took it like a champ.
That flippant.
And it was, she was just hilarious with that one. So I think the last day of school, we have a game in and around there, late June, where we're going to do Mother's Choice. So I'm interested to hear how that comes through. And everybody knew that she was going to have a wild one, so that was really fun with there. And today I get to go see her play her last 3-on-3 hockey, or 4-on-4. And then after that.
I have one question. You said you control the music at the game.
Yeah, that's at her league game.
Are you allowed to just sort of do whatever you want? Like, so during the play, you can put...
No, during breaks in the play.
Because I saw something that the Dodgers did, I was like, you've got to do this. So the Dodgers, I think they must have been playing a rival like San Diego or San Francisco. There was one of those pop-ups in the infield where like everyone's wondering who else is going to get the ball.
During that.
Nobody gets it, so it just drops. Okay. And they play the Curb Your Enthusiasm music. They just control...
Okay, during the play? Okay, but
no, it was after.
Right, okay.
The dead ball after an error got made, and then you drop the Curb Your Enthusiasm. But I suppose if you do that to kids, that's kind of cruel.
No, I don't do. Well, no, you can't. I mean, even in hockey, like you don't play songs. You just crack. In basketball, for some reason, you can do that.
I don't understand.
Play little beats and stuff like that as the play is going on. But yeah, no, not in hockey. Yeah, no, that would be uncontrollable. Sometimes, like if it's icing, I'll play like Vanilla Ice, Ice Ice Baby, or that, or if there's like a little bit of scrap, there's a song that goes na 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 na. I'm gonna start a fight. I think it's a Pink song. So so sometimes we'll play that, and but so what? Yeah, I think that's what it's called. And then when I go to sporting events, I listen to like when I go to the Leafs or PWHL, I listen to hear what they're playing, and then I Shazam it, and then I grab it. So there's some pretty hot.
That's a standard organ thing too. Like
I do have that too. And I have different things like that. But that's more for baseball. But right, is that for Adara?
Was it? They were just opining on the music.
No, okay, all good. 311. So, all right. Again, we actually got out at 25% there of Robinhood. I can get the rest out now if we don't really like the trade. I'm starting to rethink this, man, because since we've had Robinhood as the long, isn't no good for the market here. So that's starting to go to the downside right there, and the market is. It's not anywhere near its lows, but it's near the low of basically the trend right now. Like We haven't broke this until we break through VWAP, in my opinion. And remember, VWAP is where all the buyers and all the sellers, it's the average price so far throughout the day. So anybody trading over this, you know, if you're long underneath it, you've got the W, and if you're short above it, you've got the W, and any sort of a close right around it is kind of a wash. So we'll see if any of the long traders today decide to support VWAP in and around 21,900 for the NASDAQ, because if they do, then that would be a great drop. And I mean, they've already done it once. It came pretty close about an hour ago, right? Not even an hour ago. Yeah, an hour ago or so. So came close right into there. And since then, we've made a perfect sort of N shape, maybe an A if I put a little line right there, move back down into the downside. So I would say you're really just watching out for VWAP here to see if that can hold. But for me on Robinhood, I'm bidding right now at 30, looking to take a little bit more. And then honestly, if we break the 200, I'm probably not even going to wait for 76. I'll probably just get out at 76.15 if we do break it. So, oh, here we go, back upside right now for Robinhood. Let me take out, there we go. I just took out 5% more right here at 64s. So if it goes upside, great for me, great for this trade. But I only have another offer at 69 right here, right now. That's another song that I have right here, right now, right here, right now. Right? No. All right. Well, if we get a 69, then great. But there's a trade that we just put on, that I just put on for you here in the beginning of 3 o'clock, breaking right there through the day's high for Robinhood. Trade the strong names, man. And there you go. You just saw it stop there at 69. We did have another piece out, and that piece would have left me with 60%. So if it does come back up, and that's what I get for sitting at, oh, actually, no, I was on a paying ECN. So I was on the right one there, just didn't get the fill. So hopefully it moves back up, and we'll get that fill there at 69er for a nice little trade, man. 20 cents, we'll take it. Oh, there it is. We got it. We got the 69. So good fill there for us on that one. AMD, remember, if it drops out, we're getting out of that one. As there it goes, man, the market is back in business right now. Nice move up for Robinhood. So there it is, man. We're going to go 3 for 3 today and put Robinhood right there near the top of the board again for us here. So it's been good trades, good share size. We're happy with the trade today. I'm not happy with the trade every day, but today some of the names have been working out. So yeah, I mean, IBIT's a great one too, 108.6. Neil's in that. Neil always seems to be in Intel, so that's a good one.
It's just always, what ends up happening is it makes the top at some point during lunchtime. Every silly day it does. And when it does, usually it's relatively obvious. But I'm going to do that thing where I like it, and this is something I actually got from Max. I'm like, why wouldn't you do it? Where if I'm trailing out and it's weak and if the market's going to go down, it's been an obvious downward trend. So if I can take the prior low in the first short and have my out just above here at 75, well, just above 75, then I'm going to add to it in the low 70s and just keep the stop in there. So I'm going to add to it pretty much at VWAP in the short because my trail's in here anyways. And if it breaks back up and holds VWAP, then I'm out. I did also dip by IBIT. It was the first available dip, not the dip that we should have got because it didn't want to do it for us. 15 minutes not going to show you that it even pulled back. 3 minute, you can see that it pulled back in here into 75s. Bounced off 75, came back through 80. I got it when it hit 80, and now we're trying to play back into the high. So 108, 108.7-ish is going to be that top. But I'm just looking at the IBIT top at 61.88. I'll throw an offer at 87, and then another one if we get to the 62 even, as Bitcoin's on a rally. The other thing, I keep forgetting, and this is ever since you mentioned that we actually do have something pretty solid to be able to trade ETH.
Yeah.
ETHA, which I didn't know about it, and I keep forgetting about it. What I needed to do, which I did this morning finally, was I added it to my quote board. So at least when I'm looking at my quote board, I'll remember that it's there and we can trade this one. If ETH, just wanted to point out, not breaking its high, it false broke the top and pulled back, but it's now ranging right back into the highs. It's going to show percentage-wise that it's up 5%, looks a little bit better than Bitcoin or IBIT on a percentage basis, but at the end of the day, it's a little bit weaker, but it's trying to break its high as well. So there goes, you just take the high there on IBIT, about a 10-cent move. I wanted to get to 62 as well on a 15-minute chart. It is accelerating, and the next stop would be Wednesday's kind of lower high and opening range bottom here at 62 bucks, and that's the 108.8 level for Bitcoin. If we get any kind of strong push, 62.3 to 62.4, that's an out in front of what is obviously, the recent big highs that we made intraday at 62.8. So if we can get a break of 62, I'd want to hold the last for that quarter range on IBIT. So looking pretty good so far for crypto, which is going to bode well. If you're trading anything crypto related, it's going to bode well for those. What's also interesting is hello candle on Tesla. Okay, fine. Tesla's still range bound, but I just looked up and I still have one of my level 2s and one of my charts dedicated to Tesla. I keep thinking it's going to break this top and just go, but it doesn't want to. It keeps testing the low. Big strong move here for Tesla. However, if that's going to get going, I think late day rally, it certainly helps. Apple refuses to break down under VWAP, so there's not going to be a short on Apple. It's not looking like today. Bounces off this clean at the volume weighted average price. I liked IBIT buying higher instead of buying this one low, but if you bought VWAP here, congratulations to you. Apple's catching a bit of a bid. And Manny Fresh says go SoFi. That's what I like to see. Robinhood pressing all-time highs and SoFi at least up.
Much as possible.
It's different.
Right there, because there it is, man. Cash money, cash. Up there, guys. I'm going to put an offer here at 85. I just missed it. Okay, well, now it's it's more of like a battle, I guess. But let's go over and see what Adara has, because that was interesting.
Honestly, the only problem I have here, the only news I have as we get that pump, is the fact that apparently according to I-24 news, it's source local to the Middle East, citing an American source preparation are being made to allow them to attack if Trump gives the green light. So yeah, that's literally just as John mentioned there. That's the only news I'm seeing. Sometimes we get this news a little bit after the move. Either way, though, nice push to the upside for the NASDAQ past that previous resistance on the 3-minute chart. Let's see if anything comes out here, because sometimes we would have news to explain the guys. Back to you.
The remaining dip buy opportunities on Robinhood, because we were at 30s. Now we're going upside down. I'm just going to use the 50 period as a break to get out. So let's go 76. Wow. Okay. Here we go. Apparently there's a deal now being worked on. Maybe close with Canada. So behind you, the punch down with that info. So that's the accelerated loss or 980. I punch down 77. And I also have a flattish. All right. So we're going to put this order in just real quickly. Just wanted to price in this USD. 76 up. 76.40. I don't think we're going to get anywhere near there. This could not go against me. I mean, we just put this trade on. It's 40 cents now in the money, and we still have 45% left. So far, so good here. Current stop price, if it runs at 76.39. Let's go, man. It's another successful trade right there for us on Robinhood. So what's up there?
Here on HOOD, pushing into new high of days. Apparently, JP Morgan here has filed for a trademark for a stablecoin called JPMD. Apparently, this is basically going to allow the trading exchange transfer of payment services for digital assets, including virtual and digital currency, digital tokens and payment tokens, decentralized application tokens, and blockchain-enabled currency. It's notable because we know JP Diamond is Bitcoin vocal, a not a fan of crypto or Bitcoin. So now it looks like here JP Morgan, Chris James Diamond is the CEO of JP Morgan. JPM here reportedly trademarking the stablecoin called JPMD. This is just popping up here on X as of right now. I'm not seeing anything for what it's worth recently coming through, but a potential deal here between the U.S. and Canada. I mean, I guess Canadian Minister in charge of U.S. trade saying that they're confident that Canada is making progress. Donald Trump earlier said he thought a deal was achievable, so not a huge update there with regards to Canada, but keep an eye on Hood with regards to this JP Morgan stablecoin, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Darren. And shout out to Ant Kid in the chat. We missed your super chat there. Appreciate you. GBT on the impacted stocks of the news. SEC withdrawing proposed rules. This is as of last week on ESG disclosures, shareholder submissions, and the Palantir brokers like Newell and Hood and crypto exchanges. Palantir and Hood a buy. I mean, yes, we've liked these builder stocks we've liked for a bit. Like I'll take the hit on not actually aggressively bidding, bidding Robinhood enough to get myself in. I ended up not getting any of the dip buy fills I wanted, but let's be real. I bought a lot of things when it was looking bad in the downplay, and one of the things I kept saying over and over again is show me stock that I want to buy, and if it hits a 200 period moving average, if it's something I'm trying to add to my long-term portfolio and I want to build a position, or I'm definitely on the priority list, then I buy it at a 200 period moving average on a daily. It's just how I roll. So as far as any, me saying I didn't get a dip buy in the stock, it's a load of crap, because I should have had a bid at the 200 period moving average, just like I would have, on, I'm just going to throw a name out there, like ARM back in when I got this one. Zoom it out so you can see when I actually bought off the 200 period moving average. Like when I was crying about not getting into ARM, when that sucker gave it to me, like going all the way back in August, I got that last year, and this is when I waited for it to get to 80 again. But just going back over to what we are in, as I said, the second that volume spike happened, my price was 80. I punched out at 77, which might be the top of the move on Intel, but it breaking out these tops just now, I might take a shot at this liquid name, good volume, just like I did, and it's joining the party to the upside there.
I'm hearing more trade-related news here in my ears. Apparently, Keir Starmer of the UK, Donald Trump of the US are set to agree to enact a tariff-cutting deal. Apparently, this deal will be sealed at the G7 summit. Now, I want to also mention here with regards to Canada, we heard earlier comments that Canadian Minister in charge of U.S. trade was, quote, confident that Canada is making progress in the deal with the U.S., but they also said that they're definitely not there yet. So, UK-U.S. deal finalization, or I guess being finalized here, looks a lot more concrete or in a better path. Canadian Minister here seems a little bit more cautious as to the timeline of this deal. Back to you.
Yeah, so there it goes, man. I mean, I'm reading here that Canada is, our trade minister is confident. Canada is making, it's not ready yet, but I heard in my ear also that Donald Trump saying it's a done deal with Canada as well. So we're going to wait to see, man. We've seen these notes before. So anyways, I don't really know what I was thinking about it. Like, I mean, we could look at a GM or a Ford, but I mean, without really knowing the true details of any said deal, we'll wait for the exact reporting from Madera. That's obvious, but we'll just wait on all this. Like I was thinking, like a GM or a Ford, but that's kind of already been dealt with. They're not moving that much on any sort of an action like this. Aluminum plays Nucor for steel and things like that. Maybe downside if there is a deal with Canada, because again, some of these high UX is already being bought out, so that's not going to matter. That's not going to go. But yeah, I could see some Nucor going to the downside if there is some sort of a deal, because then if you could start importing, maybe something there as well. But okay, so JP Morgan, let's go, man. We really like that stablecoin idea. They're up 2%. This is my largest holding in the financial space, period. I got some out at 68 last time. We're just going at 30s. Like we only just put this trade on down here at 230, and it's starting to go upside right now. So just trying to buy the best. That's all. And I thought they were, and so far so good here. But I just did hear that there was a little bit of news, maybe on Citigroup. I don't know, but they're all kind of going upside right now. I'm not sure what the best bank to own would be, other than SoFi. We said that. Oopsies. We want to thank Manny Fresh there, because SoFi is a Nasdaq name, not a New York name. For this name being up 5.5% or so. So yeah, there it goes. So SoFi again taking that bump up. I always think that if JP Morgan's going to do something with stablecoins, you would think that Robinhood and SoFi and all that aren't too far behind them. So we'll watch for a 15 break. That's looking pretty sweet right now. Probably in there tomorrow. Like one good story, you definitely break through there, and then back up to the highs. Even though I am in this name, I'm thinking that we're close to tapping out if we can get to 17. Right there, I looked last week and I was up like 20-something%. So I feel like I'm long somewhere. I'll have to look again. I just own way too many shares. I have too many names. I'm trying to get out of some of these names, which is why I'm saying right there, and Uber too, right? So I feel like we probably took this long into there, but yeah, not quite there yet. I mean, I'd like to see something near 17 if we were exactly going to do anything here with SoFi. So yeah, those are some things that I'm looking at right there. You guys wanted me to talk about before. I saw someone put either a super chat or a mention, anyways, about DKNG. I did talk about this. It's a name that I like. I thought that story about Illinois adding 25 cents per ticket wasn't that huge. It kind of is if you're making just something like 100 bets a week. So that'd be $25 gone. It's not a huge amount, but sometimes if it copies, that could be all of your profits gone right there. So, but yeah, DraftKings just coming up again. I like this level of $32. And if you got there, which I think I'm going to have something work for that over right now. Oh, Robinhood by the way, all right, so looks like we just got stopped out of Robinhood. Fine. We got another out there. So we had 30% left. I can double check how much we had left. No, less than 30. I was going to say about 25% left. What we had there. Look, man, we got our 90 fill. We got 86, 85 probably there. So we got an 82, I guess, and an 85 fill up to the top side. So that was 40 cents right there. And then we wind up losing 10 cents on that last little take. So with with the market doing this, we are now out of Robinhood. Another successful trade there. So we're going to run 3 for 3 today, pretty hot. Palantir, one last check here. We got stopped out there, and we're about to break. So yeah, Palantir right here. Let's just get out of PLTR and end that trade right now if we can get it. I'm at 57s. I forget it. Oops, I'm short because we got 57 and 56. There it is. Okay, we punch out there. So there it is. So in and out there of Palantir. That ends that trade. So we are now done. That one for me, again, a face slapper, going long at 140, getting our best fills up there, and just dropping our last 2% right now at 140, 157, or 57 and 56. Good trade there. Remember where our A and B trade's coming out? So we had about 2 or 3% left. There's one out, there's another out. So what we have left right now is coming out if we break this wall or this shelf right there. So I'm going to cancel my previous out, which is 125.80, and just get out right now on this break. And then we'll see if there's anything else in the last half hour. 126.30 to give us a $6.50 winner to end the day. 126.29. We will punch out directly if it breaks into that. Because again, the market's not falling, but sounds like we're getting a lot of things are following. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think
There was just a weird candle,
market here.
no, set of candles on First Solar. I shouldn't say weird candle because just as quickly as this had a weird volume spike on pretty much nothing I heard in particular. Maybe there was a story that looped in with all that trade talk, but if there was, I didn't hear it. Right back in, retest the lows, and now trying to bounce again. And it wasn't just them. We've seen some random moves in these names before. Sunrun did the same thing, did a breakout on volume, biggest volume candle of the day, and then instantly lower on biggest volume candle, even bigger volume candle. So it looks like the solar names are once again moving around a bit. I know Steve, we talked to Steve on Friday, Steve Tauman, he certainly liked the look of some of the solar runners. Not as much as he liked Hims. Hims was his baby. But I think he was more like he was thinking the wait and see on those. I want to get to Hims in a second, but I did still have my bid in there to grab this little consolidated bottom on IBIT. So when the market just came in, I did get that fill the offer back in around that top, and now I want to give a quick little shout out. Hims is back to VWAP here, but very strong mover for sure. And it seems like when you look at this on the daily chart, now all of a sudden you're in this like really slow consolidative grind higher. Like it's not a bull flag, I don't know what you want to call it, but it's a nice channel higher, which seems like it's headed toward 65. Pretty decently shorted name, and as the shorts get a little bit more nervous, hopefully if it can start closing above prior highs. It's one thing to look good on the daily chart and break out, but it's going to close above the real resistance from last week. Even better if it could have closed above the 60 level, but very much still in the pocket of that upward trend. Just not the follow through that you would like to see yet. I didn't trade it here today. I think if it's above 60, I know I'll be bullish on it if it's above 60 tomorrow. If it were to close here, it's kind of in the middle of nowhere that I'm not a huge fan of. I'm unlikely to trade it unless I see it pressing above that 60. So I bid a little bit of a dip buy. We do have imbalances in about 15 minutes. I haven't looked at the early look, so we just throw that up for you right now. Not much. CNQ, 3 million to the buy side. That's probably a nothing burger. Under Armour, 1.3. That's kind of a nothing burger as well. Why is US?
Oh my God.
US feels like a 700,000, but that's nothing. That one's going to need millions. That should close at the end of the month and should be spicy when it does. Remember, it's triple witching at the end of this week, which I can't remember the last time we had witching the day after the market was closed. I wonder if that makes it better or worse for witching. That's the first thing. I've never really seen that before. We're going to have a day off, and then we're going to have triple witching, which is a big volume event. So I bought the dip here. We were getting that 10, 12 cent move there on IBIT, but once it broke that support level, I get a couple of cents underneath. It seems that the market's taking a little bit of a dive here, and I don't want to get caught at this top.
I mean, I didn't give them permission to use my waist here, but this is what I got for Father's Day. I got multiple gifts, but it was the Under Armour Big League Chew boxers.
Holla.
So a picture of me is already up here, which is really, really strange. But that's what we got for part of the Father's Day. And apparently I like pickles. I got pickle flavor. So do I, but I was like, apparently I like them a lot more than I thought.
Oh, okay.
I got pickled flavored peanuts and pickle flavored sunflower seeds. So I think what happened was my wife kind of let my daughter, who I coach baseball, have her way. So I got a pack of Big League Chew. I got dill pickle sunflower seeds, dill pickle peanuts, and Big League Chew underwear, basically.
I love the dill
boxers.
pickle
So
spits.
yeah, that's what they are. They're dill pickle.
Does anyone in your team actually do?
Oh, they all do them, and I'm trying to ban them because they're very distracting. The hot ones now are the Cool Ranch. Doritos and Spits, I guess, have some sort of a deal.
Not to obviously, I understand for some kids probably it is distracting.
There's also
But a lot of kids, a lot of baseball players, there's a lot of sitting around trying to stay focused, and for a lot of times, that's why people did chew. And I think is disgusting. The Spits to me just kind of keeps you, I don't know, from being jittery into OCD. So it keeps the mind a little.
Yeah.
It just gives you something that you're fidgeting with at times, which isn't really going to take you too far out of your game. And then it becomes just a little bit of your habit and routine. I used to love the seeds when I'm in the center field. I just found, you'd see what I would play.
Baseball is one of those sports.
It is one of those sports. You've got to find something.
95% of the time you're doing nothing.
That's what I'm saying. So for some people, it keeps their mind in the right place. When they have.
We look at work sport, WKSP in Cincinnati. Let's just see. 321 right now for work sport. So a former sponsor of the show. Looks like it's doing some things here today, up 6%. But if you're looking for charting, we have that QR code right there. We've done a great amount of work. We're great friends with many people over there at ICE and eSignal. So traders, listen up, man. Your first month is for free. Nobody else is doing this with this platform. I can guarantee you that. We're waiving fees. We're trading smarter, not harder. Upgrade your charting experience to an elite one. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. The platform is eSignal. It has everything. Instant trading. Connect to your brokers. Lightning fast market insights. Game-changing charts. Back testing, so easy to. You could back test the last 5 minutes. You don't have to wait for this day to be over with. Global markets at your fingertips. It's an all-in-one platform. Whether or not you're trading Asian markets, whether or not you're trading the Milan market, whether or not you're trading anything over there in Europe, Asia, futures markets, NYMEX, commodities, Forex. It's all available in one space. That's eSignal. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan that QR code now and become a eSignal supporter and Trader TV supporter. That will let them know that you are coming from here. And that's the only way to get your 1 month free. So, all right. So again, the reason why we're selling out of everything right now is because just heading into the close, Neil sort of went over the imbalances. It didn't look like anything too scary there. So it's not that. It's just more about trying to be flat here. The market being up that 1.32%. I think it's just had a relief rally from what we saw on Friday. Friday was a complete oppo day where we were down this much. And I thought we could have been down a lot more considering sort of some of the videos. And it's just scary to see all those drones and everything flying over populated cities and explosions and lots of just unfortunate amount of death there. Even though, we become more specific on the targets and everything like that, there's still no relief there. So anyways, I thought the markets would be a little bit juicier today, maybe even to the downside, but instead we kind of do the opposite of that and go up. So I'm just going to look for shorts now. You never know what this new wave of missile attacks may come, and I sure hope they don't, but at the end of the day, they could. So we'll just wait to see right now, and I think the sell-off at the end of the day is more likely than a rip. So I'm going to be most likely flat. We did talk about getting out of everything. If AMD breaks that, we're going to get out. And we maybe did something a little silly by punching out of everything. But Palantir is now up from where we punched out. Again, it was a smaller piece. So I'm okay with doing that in anticipation of a downside. That's my logic. I could be completely way off.
Well, I punched out on that trade thing, and it ends up being the worst possible time to punch out of a short on Intel because it was actually just fine. But as I said, I was averaging in a VWAP. It was breaking a VWAP on what is news to me. If the stock is bouncing off VWAP in an up market and there's news, in a general sense, it probably doesn't matter, some of the trade deals. But this looks like it's breaking down. But what was the name I wanted to go over to? Chris L. I didn't do anything. I did nothing to Apple. Apple just really all of a sudden got strong off VWAP. And look, if you're bullish on something, I wasn't bullish on this stock. I was kind of treating this as, Apple was weak relative to the market. If it loses VWAP, I wanted to short it into 197. That was my trading plan. Instead, it bounces, and if you like it, you play it off VWAP in the afternoon, right into those highs. So it just drifted when the market did literally nothing. This just drifted all the way up into the tops. Maybe that's something to do with, I think the China deals were the only ones that matter for Apple. So I'm not even going to speculate that it has anything to do with any deal talks, because anything happening at the G7 is not going to affect dealing with China. So I don't think it's that. I just think it's a technical bounce off VWAP. I wish I could tell you I was looking at the long there, but I wasn't. I was actually going to be punching short if it broke 197.60, and it held 197.65. So congratulations if you got some Apple. I still think this one has trouble at 200. It's going to be a good, at some point this is going to be one of the nicest and most fun breakouts for everybody to take. But you see like lower highs, and it just consolidates off these lower highs, and it just fails to break whatever the previous one, it can't break it. And the last one here was at 205, and it couldn't break away from that level. The second it breaks one of these prior consolidations, bang, then we're good to go. And now all of a sudden you got another lower high forming at $200. The 50 period's been a problem. Once this can close and consolidate above the 50 period and break out that next high, I think you're swinging long. Mixed up. You got QUBT at the same time it pulls back off its high.
Are all gone now, but that's why we're seeing more people here in our chat. And hey, if you're not a coin, why not buy Tron coin? And SRM beat you to it if you're thinking about it.
Tron's bigger
Wait a
than
second,
like
where's
Cardano.
Tron? There it is.
It's bigger than.
Tron. Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing. That's
So here come the imbalances in DJT, 4 million to buy. I've never seen that before.
yeah, I don't know, up 2%. I don't think it. Maybe it's nobody. I don't know if those folks. I don't.
It has to
I don't
be
know.
something.
Okay, so it seems like this could be based in the Middle East. Apparently, all of these phones are going to be made in the United States of America, which does not answer manufacturing questions. But apparently, in terms of the details, there's a Mate 47 plan, of course, for the 47th president of the United States. Smartphone for $499, and the plan will be $47.45 per month. So 47 and 45 here. Gold phone. We do not have any manufacturing details yet, but that's kind of how the plan will be structured. It does seem like apparently some of this wiring could happen in the Middle East. Apparently, the phone itself built in America, and again, not something India with T-Mobile. It's a new company called T1 Mobile. Back to you.
It makes more sense if they're just going to focus on something playing right now, and then you'll get, maybe I don't know, an older model Android. I don't know, for $499 seems pretty cheap. So, but anyways, you don't need the phones, don't need all the bells and whistles. Like I went to buy like a nice Motorola one that was at Costco for like $200, and it has like all the capabilities to do everything. So I was thinking like the next time my kids break their phones. But the thing is, we they have not December. I have an iPhone 12 Pro. I got to upgrade for sure. We're starting the 14 Pro, so we got to get something. I want to get that. But the thing is like we just like the fact that we're on that ecosystem with Apple, so that's what we use it for. That's why I like that moving here. It's just when I move to whatever that the next couple of pixels, her first phone's gonna just end up being one of my old ones. Yeah, easy. Yeah. I don't want to give her the one like the old one now, like the 7, because I don't like I'm not gonna be the parent that breaks the ice in her class. I'll let someone else do it. Someone else get that hate. The DJT is really going. It's almost green now. Only 5 minutes to go, or 6 minutes to go, and it's just tagged pretty much to the penny. High here, maybe a couple of cents higher. Went green on the session. You can't. Here's this exact. I was about to say why I wouldn't chase this. And then you saw the live example of why you don't chase a move like that, because DJT right back to where it started is going to pair off. That's going to pair off.
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Trade the Pool. We got a behind-the-scenes look at Trade the Pool. The dashboard tracks your progress in real time. Live stats, profit, and more. You can break down every trade. See your entry, exit, and how it played out in the chart. Check the certification page for your full summary, achievements, and payouts. In this clip, that's Michael T. He's already earned over $75,000 in total payouts. And the pool gives you the tools and the capital to go further. Ready to level up? Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code on screen. Back to you.
My alias, Michael T. Right there. Just one thing on that.
DJT, remember, if it's a buy imbalance that causes it to move up, what we're seeing a lot is some of these buy imbalances are not waiting till 355 to pair. They're pairing off like 54 instead of 55, a lot of the big ones. So mini wide paths, it's paired off. It was supposed to be when it came out. Decent size paired off. HPP also paired off after 55. But what essentially is happening is instead of getting to that 5-minute mark, the imbalance pairs off. And if you don't have a trail, or if you're chasing, and that 3.8 million buy imbalance pairs, not only do the algos sell it, they also simultaneously drop the bid. So it's like it's double barrel. You better have a stop if you've taken the long on the imbalance, or you take your profit out on the way to the upside, because once it's already flipped, forget about it. Like that candle is when they paired the imbalance, and you pretty much have almost no chance to get that in real time, because everything's just like QM, like the algos. They are literally piped, and they're just getting this feed digitally, the imbalance locator feed digitally, and they're trading, not looking like a human being like ourselves here. Oh, paired off, let's punch. No, it's just already happening in real time, so you gotta be careful with those. It wasn't buy imbalance, it paired, and that drop happened almost instantaneously. Gotta remind everybody, we do have a couple of earnings names after the bell today to join myself and Joe and Michael Moss coming through. We do have apps. We're going to have Digital Turbine is going to be a small capper that is going to report. And the only reason I say ooh is because its implied move is 25%. Ooh. And your $5 stock, we're saying that. Ooh. I'm just saying it moves $1. That's 25%. That was up on my Roblox. It could move $1. Roblox. But then Roblox is a real stock. Nothing against Digital Turbine.
Yeah, shout out to Grow Garden, man. Set the record with over 20 26 million online participants at once on Grow Garden right there, and doing amazing things for your boys' portfolio, man. We are loving Roblox. This is a crazy daily chart right there. Yeah, just keep on hitting those sounds, man, because Roblox right now, that's a gut punch to anybody that's short right there. But yeah, Roblox, amazing stock, amazing game. Grow Garden, I know nothing about it other than you can steal people's stuff and it's fun. And people are yeah, you can go in gardens and steal stuff. It's supposed to be really, really crazy game, but everyone's doing it, I guess. Maybe if I just talk it up, it'll keep you. No, I don't even talk it up. I don't have a huge position in Roblox. It's actually one of the stocks that my kids only own a few stocks, and one of them is Roblox. So Microsoft, Roblox, and I'll double check what else they own. But yeah, so that's a nice move there on RBLX. So there it goes right there. All right, so that's what's going on right now. Neil's going to get out of here right after. Right, see you later, alligator. The desk, everybody. Yeah, see, I won't, but everyone else will. Okay, so CoreWeave, yeah. All right, we can have a quick little look here to see. I mean, I'll show you the imbalances. You know, Neil and I don't have, again, we have interest in what these imbalances are doing, but it's a little late in the day for us to do anything. We cannot hold overnight, so that's not an excuse, just a fact. If we could, then we would, but we can't. So there it goes for us being able to hold overnight, unable to. So anything that you're going to see here on the show needs to be flattened out just at 4, shortly after 4 o'clock. PC&G, okay, that's not doing anything. Again, these are the not pipeline power company there, I believe, in California or the West. I don't know, but I remember PC&G from a long time ago. Oopsies. We don't need to sort that via alphabetical. There's 80. Okay, so NVIDIA does go buy side a little bit at the end of the day. You can see, okay. OpenAI accusing Microsoft right now of some anti-competitive practices. That's not going to be good. So we'll wait to see what happens with Microsoft right there. Maybe they didn't invest enough money into them. But there we go. Right now, with less than a minute left. Again, scan that QR code. Thanks to Trade the Pool. We'll see what SoFi has a small. Oopsies, that's Pfizer. I saw SoFi. Oops, there's Apple. It's gone. Everything's changing as we go. Let's check out Marvell. So we really like Marvell. Let's check out the biggest of the bears. Let's go with Big Bear AI. Okay, 413. Boom. So we're pretty much flat now on our position. We're long at 420, which isn't a great call, but we'll wait. I would have liked to get a little bit longer, lower. So, you know, if there's another opportunity to do that for Big Bear AI, we will do it. I think it's Lennar, App11, was it, tonight as well? Yeah, Turbine Apps as well. Okay, there we go. This market close brought to you by Orangenics. We want to thank them for sponsoring 2-1. Thank you, Adara, for sponsoring the closing bell. Orangenics, go check them out. Listed OGEN, and that's the concussion, and we talked about that with some ad reads as well. So thank you to OGEN for sponsoring the closing and I believe opening bells. So thank you for that one, and OGEN, go check them out. Yeah, Big Bear AI. I mean, look, when the market closes, right, all these NYBs, maybe, oh, there's the market on close and balance trade right there. 713,000 it looks like for marketing on close order type. So right now you see the offer is pretty layered right there, not much on the bid. So we'll see if that means anything in it tomorrow. Then let's just see where DJT went out at. It's funny because in my ear, all I hear is like, wow, DJT going crazy here at the close. But you guys already know because you found the show. And it was only going crazy because there was a $4 million share, buy and balance that got wiped out. And as soon as it got wiped out, you turned around. So that's like an algo trade. If you can, yeah, and again, here at Real Trading, you can actually slip into the feed and program these imbalances for something to catch something like that. But again, just with your bare hands and eyes, that's very hard to do. So there's the flip up right there on DJT, upside to 1950, back into 1850. That's a pretty dramatic move. It has nothing to do with the market other than some inside market dynamics, which is the closing market on close and balance. Thank you so much for watching both the first show, midday show, and our last. We definitely have to say a big shout out here for, again, we just got a new member. Shout out to that as well. What's up, Simrat? And thank you so much for Nimrod as well. And a big happy birthday for those 100 memberships. That means a lot to us. Okay. Okay, it's Michael Noss, it's Neil, it's Adara, it's the recap show. Until I see you tomorrow, we'll talk then. Ciao.
Thank you so much, Sean. Thank you to the viewers. Shout out to you. Happy birthday as well, Nimrod. Welcome. It's such a bullish day today that it kind of sucks that the first story in the afternoon is a negative one here potentially for Microsoft. We are expecting some earnings to come through. We're going to have Digital Turbine. Lennar's not until expected to be at 5 o'clock. So probably not going to get them. We'll see. They can usually come earlier than that, but it was expected at 5 o'clock. We'll certainly get Digital Turbine. We had that Microsoft story that just hit with OpenAI, Dara.
Yeah, so basically what is happening here is the Wall Street Journal is reporting that apparently Microsoft executives have discussed accusing Microsoft of anti-competitive behavior. So this is all very wishy-washy, probably why the stock didn't move much in the end. Apparently they've discussed making complaints to antitrust regulators. And yeah, I guess it has to do with the company's acquisition of a different company, or I guess an attempted acquisition of a different company. It has to do with, also has to do with Microsoft's, I guess, stake in the startup after its conversion. Getting reported by Wall Street Journal, they're just apparently locked in negotiations. It's all very, very, hand wavy, kind of unclear what's happening here. But there's some type of accusation of anti-competitive behavior. It's not official yet. Negotiations are apparently happening. Also, Lockheed Martin on watch. Apparently, they have named a new vice president and CTO. His name is Craig Martell. The stock is not moving. It was down today. We were waiting for APPS and we were waiting for LEN. Sometimes these ones that say they were going to report at 5 actually report earlier. So who knows? But we're going to be waiting here with bated breath, and we'll give that coverage for you. We're also going to be hearing from Michael Noss.
Yeah, Digital Turbine actually just broke $5 here. Closing right up at the top and still showing some strength in the aftermarket. It does have an 8% short float, and as we said at the trading desk, almost 25% implied move. 24.6% on the implied move, was only 2.4 last time. Certainly one that has done some parabolic movement before, but at the same time, well, it's gone from $2 to almost $7. It then came all the way back to $2. Now trading at $5. So this one will fly around a little bit here. Certainly a name that, as long as it moves, it potentially sets you up for tomorrow for some trades. But hey, we've seen this before. You get a big implied move, and there isn't a lot of action, and then all of a sudden, the only ones winning are those that are writing the options there for apps. Certainly worth watching. But yeah, today was a nice, strong gap up day, and just hold it. A lot of strength happening overall in the market. The only disappointment that I want to, at some point, going to have to address how weak Tesla was, but I wanted to mention, the NASDAQ up that 1.5%. All the bad news and all the geopolitical issues that we're having, and as horrible as everything is, and there's no discounting how bad war is for everybody there, we're still just a stone's throw away from making
Digital Turbine earnings.
So I think everything's looking absolutely fantastic for the overall market. Let's see how it looks for Digital Turbine. Well, it's flying higher as it's just chewing it up and spitting it out. Now 17% up, breaking $5.50. What are the numbers? Hopefully decent.
Apparently, Q4 revenue, $119.2 million. I was not seeing revenue estimates for them when I checked, so I cannot compare those to revenue estimates. Earnings here, okay, so let's see, non-GAAP adjusted earnings of 10 cents per share. Looks like a beat. I was seeing estimates of 4 cents per share, so good look there. Okay, apparently this revenue as well was 6% year-over-year growth. I'll say that especially because we don't have guidance that I could see. Another Q4 non-GAAP adjusted EBITDA apparently up 66% year-over-year. Fiscal 2025 revenue $490.5 million. I'm trying to see what other highlights here. So yeah, I guess 6% year-over-year increase for quarterly revenue is mentioned. They've definitely narrowed their losses per share here on a GAAP basis. Again, adjusted, they actually had earnings, which is positive. CEO Bill Stone saying he's extremely proud of the company's execution. Normal earnings things. Let's see if we have Lennar yet. Again, not expecting it till 5. It could come earlier. It has not arrived yet, Neil. If I see anything more in AAPL, or sorry, not App. I wish it was AAPL. If I see anything more in Digital Turbine, I will let you guys know.
Yeah, and Digital Turbine goes right into what looks like, it's about 570. I typed in the chat 560, but that was a mistake. It's 570 here on the daily, as you can quickly see. I'm going to show you that it did break 50, goes into 60, and already pulling back. So essentially gapping up into the first area of resistance you can find on the daily chart, and then a little bit of a pullback here for APPS. No, not moving as much as the implied move, so still very much inside of the range. 8% short flow isn't crazy. It's respectable. This is certainly one that can move tomorrow, but if it's unable to break above 570, then you double barrel. You're not breaking resistance, and on top of that, you're not getting past the implied move either. So you wanted to break that level for sure, as far as I'm concerned. I want to also acknowledge we were sort of talking about the market there for a second, and before apps came out there, I wanted to get into kind of what was leading the way. There are always the chip names that were super strong. Led by AMD, I would venture to say that NVIDIA wasn't even that impressive, relatively speaking. AMD really kind of taking the cake there. They had a release of a new chip last week, and they got an upgrade today, and they closed above the 200-period moving average on the daily, breaking this downward channel that we've been in for quite some time, with a very key close here for AMD. Now, all that matters is next, technically, can you hold the prior high, which is 124? So regardless of what it does here at the end of the day, kind of on the 126, holding 124 is going to be key going into tomorrow for that name. And as I just said, NVIDIA, it's not that NVIDIA had a bad day or wasn't fantastic. It's up a couple of points, but, and there is a but here, it broke that 145 on the daily and then came right back and closed underneath. So a false break the 145 resistance, you're going to need to see this one clear that out at 145, still running into trouble up.
4 million. So in line earnings, or I guess earnings estimates there could be worse. Could upgrade, it had a price target increase from Piper Sandler of $15. They kept its overweight rating. They did not up.
Some like the support from last week in September. You had a dip buy here at 1. was like singing uranium. And now we're singing it for good reasons. I don't know why back then we thought it was bad, but right now it's good. Right now it's trending. Nuclear name is super, super strong. Whether you're looking at SMR, here I like it tomorrow, 10% today, 21% short flow, another 52-week high. I know these things really hold on names. They don't necessarily hold up with the revenues that they have relative to the prices. At the same time, it's pure momentum, and if you're standing in front of the train, you're getting run over, and this move for sure. Something that we talk about all the time, the trend is your friend. Technicals are technicals. The fundamentals are a different story, and they definitely have their place. I'm not going to say it's bad enough. So I know our guests are good friends and non-bots with Echo as well as concentrate stocks. Ooh. Ayo, Michael.
Oh, look at
Look
that.
at
Oh my God.
That's what I'm talking about. Welcome. We have Michael Moss in here, the stat that our good friend. I hope you would echo what we say all the time with momentum. That there's a place for the fundamentals, there's technicals, there's momentum, then there's like your actual nuts and bolts of the company. We always try to keep those. It's left brain, right brain. There are times when I'll blend them together, but in the case of some of these flow names I was putting out, you got to be able to suspend some of that fundamental brain to be able to get those wins.
I think it's no different from a pharmaceutical company or even quantum computers, right? There's no such thing as quantum computers, right? A lot of these drugs, there's no such thing as the drug. What you're betting is the future of. So same with SMR and AAPL and all these crazy things, is you're not looking at what the company's doing now. You're taking a bet that in 10 years, 20 years from now, you're going to see small nuclear reactors all over the place, and then you're taking a bet on which of these companies is going to eventually win that race, because at some point they'll grow into the valuations. At least that's the thinking of the traders, and that's kind of capitalistic in a lot of this stuff as well.
Very aggressive with the plays as well. But Michael, I mean, there's a lot of things that we can talk about here. Obviously, we got geopolitical news every 5 seconds, whether it's trade deals, whether we're talking about the war in the Middle East ongoing right now, as defense names going to be in play. We had crypto be absolutely spectacular for Bitcoin. We even had petroleum company take up Tron and then go up a zillion% today at small cap price. So there's been a little bit of everything. What was your focus on the start to the week?
Well, I think the lack of reaction to the geopolitical events of the weekend, I think that has to take center stage. We talk about this all the time, where it's not the news that matters, it's what does the market react to. Because if there's something that's generally speaking obviously supposed to be bad news, and we read it, then that's bullish for the market and vice versa. And yet, it's looking here, this 5-week gapped up today. And although we gave a little bit of a back in the afternoon, the open was right near the close today. So if we take a look at this candle,
think you'd be a little bit more choppy. So it was very clear, despite the fact that we are in what it seems like a little bit of a range mess. My question sort of becomes this: as we're working our way and people are starting to buy back in, are you looking to stick with the strength? Are you looking at some laggers? And how do we play it in here? Because if you look at the overall market, it's a tricky place to buy. We're in a tight range. I mean, for a day trader, it's fine because we can always sort of buy the low and that kind of play. But if we're looking at the overall market, like the SPY and Nasdaq, we're right here, right now. It doesn't really give you a lot of range to get dipped into. It doesn't give you a lot of press until you get to that high. Are we waiting for all the breaks? Is something that you're looking at would be lagging that will now play catch up as the market goes to the top?
No, I'm going the other way. I'm looking for things that are already breaking all-time highs. So I remember months ago now, I talked to you guys about ITA, and that was defense. And that was right here, right before the all-time high was breaking, or as the all-time high was breaking. I was saying, hey, this broke before the all-time highs before the market. That's generally speaking bullish. And the massive move that we had there, and then hack, I remember saying the same thing. Hasn't really stuck the landing yet, but it's holding nicely above these highs. So some notes I just made before I got here, so people over there. UFO. So UFO is a cleverly named ticker that just represents all of these space names. So it's got, ASTS and Rocket Lab and all these different names. Has to do with space. That's not necessarily a new all-time high, but it's definitely breaking out to new highs and highs of the year, 52-week highs already, and that happened so far today. A couple of these ARC even, I don't know when it's been since I've said that, right, Kathy's on fire, but she's getting very close to her pre-tariff tantrum high as well, and a huge gap up, and actually closed relatively strong today. So just like always, I'm going through the relatively strong names, and I'm trying to see if I can find something in there, because there's a lot of it out there, a lot of things that are starting to get closer to all-time highs before the market is.
And conversely, instead of looking for things that are big lag in the market, if you have something that's already breaking out, if we hold the range on the bottom of the dips, you can buy them back in the prior highs. If you break that, at least you've still got the prior highs to work back into if it's been trending up. If you buy something that's been lagging, you might not have some technical levels. Can we just go back to, I had this UFO, that's just, it's the best ever. But that's not the one I was, it's actually ITA that I wanted to ask you about. Okay, so I know I said throw out all fundamentals, right? But how much, when you're trading this name, and no one likes conflict, no one likes war, it's obviously bad. Let's just get that out of the way. But is there something that would you ever scale up in a trade like this because you have two things working for you? Like it's breaking on the market, didn't break its highs, as you said before, but also it then fits right into an actual theme with the news cycle right now, where you're getting something which is already breaking out and already relatively strong, and then on top of it, at the end of the day, we do have a major conflict going on that tends to make these stocks stronger. Does that ever factor into your trade decision here, or is it still going to be pure technical?
Everything I learn about the news is completely, utterly against my will. Like, if I could design it, I would just be in a little bubble where there would just be price action. But keeping that in mind, just looking at the price action, I would most certainly would add to winners. But what I want to do when I add to a winner, I'd want to add to something like ITA, potentially if it broke out of the 180s here, in a way that I could kind of raise my stop up below maybe this crazy hammer candle here. And then if it just reversed and stopped me out, it was still a great trade. So I always add to winners kind of around the, okay, but if it comes back and gets me, it's still a great trade. So a way to kind of pyramid up. But for me, it has very little to do with the news, right? This could be a kind of tinfoil hat moment or whatever. But the fact that we broke out way before there was conflict, and then now that there is, we were actually down on the day. One of the only ETFs that I'm on my screen that was down on the day. Somebody knows something, or the market's just one of those things that it doesn't react to news, and quite often will do the opposite of what most people expect. But in this case, yes, if we got a consolidation here for maybe another couple of weeks or something, we broke out, then yeah, I would add to my position that I have down here from 160 for sure.
Yeah, there's one thing I want to kind of double down on, because that's fantastic. If you're adding to a winner, you predetermine, well, if I was going to answer winner, it wouldn't be the news. It would have to be, I like the consolidation and play back into like a new stop where you tighten it up. And that's an important point, everybody. Obviously, averaging up is a good thing because it's working, but you want to make sure you've created yourself a new out as well when you average up. Because I've seen traders do this where they average up, look, it's going, and they still have their original stop. So it's like it's working and they're just increasing their risk with the same original stop. That's not the idea. The idea is Joe says it's like a little bit of a free roll at times. And I love that look. I just want to make sure technically we got that. Have your out, which is always important before you make that next entry, even if it's in the money, not just out of the money. Can we talk some crypto here? Because I'm excited about what Bitcoin is doing. I think IBIT, it was a good long today in IBIT if you had it for the day trade. It's obviously, Bitcoin's been cruising. Maybe another all-time high test going to be coming in pretty soon. This is something which has been trending higher, but actually saw ETH also make a move. And it's really not just Bitcoin that is going. As this tries to break out, have you found anything that is relatively strong within the crypto space that stands out to you, or are you still waiting for Bitcoin to get past this 110 level at some point?
Well, I think that will be the ultimate test for a lot of these cryptos. So I have Bitcoin up here, and this 110 level was just crazy. So I'm just going to zoom into this. This was 110 before we hit, and you can see we just have these topping tails. So it would get to 110. This felt very kind of algorithmic, that there was someone who's just saying, that's enough, get me out. And every time we've had these pretty dramatic sells off of 110. So we are itching our way back up there. I want to kind of have the market test that area, and hopefully whoever is there is just gone and we just blow right through, right? So even on the daily chart, it's kind of more pronounced. Just 3 days in a row where it's just a brick wall. It hit kind of at this 110.5. So through that, maybe we hit new highs. I'm glad that, I've just kind of been waiting on the sideline for something to happen here. But Ripple, I think, has to be something talked about today, where this is probably one of my favorite charts in crypto right now, just because I love a clean support area that gets this kind of stop run, or the kids, I think, are calling it liquidity grabs now, or whatever you'd like to say, where you had this attempt to push it under this support, and under there you just found a whole bunch of buyers. And every time we've touched this kind of $2 area, there's been buyers. And today had a very nice move. You're talking 4 or 5% up there in Ripple. And if we end up breaking this kind of pretty clean downtrend line, it's interesting. I think there's an XRP, if anyone wants to go crazy. That's a double leveraged long Ripple ETF. If you want to get fancy in the equity world, you can play around with that just a little bit. But XRP is very interesting to me if we can break this downtrend line, because we have a very clean out. And for my trading, I just love a clean out. If I see a close under $2, I'm gone. It's like $2.30 now. That seems like a reasonable price to risk. All-time highs are like $3.50. So even that's a good percentage risk reward if we get through all that. I don't know, maybe it's 5. That'd be a double, which would be pretty insane.
I love trend lines, Michael. So I might take that trade. Thank you, Michael. You know what? That's about as real as I can be. So it is what it is. That is gorgeous. It gives you exactly not only is it a support, but it's a support which already ran stops. Like some kids call it the lit grab instead of liquidity grab, whatever you're calling it. That $2 definitely gives it to you. And then once you break that trend, I love that declining wedge breakout. So I might steal that one from you.
To ever say, I can't say lit grab. I've got too much gray in my beard. I don't think I'm allowed.
Yeah, you can.
Kick me out.
Michael, you're younger than me. B, I'm pretty sure I've got more gray going on than you do. You can say lit grab. We'll get it out of you eventually. There. No, but I think it's a fantastic look. That's a trade that I think everyone could probably get behind from a technical standpoint, and in a space that we all like, and in a space which is going as well. So you have a lot going for you. Before we get you out of here, Michael, any other thoughts that we weren't able to get to?
Just some of these more speculative sectors. I think we have to, call it animal spirits or call it whatever. The psychedelic sectors has almost doubled from here with, some stocks like MindMed. Again, full disclosure, I own some of this from about $5, looking really nice. So you have quantum right? So QBTS, you've got quantum holding up nicely. You have space doing well. You have psychedelics doing well, which I don't know might be another way to say space, but these are not names that you generally see pushing higher and moving higher if the market is worried about an economic event or a global macro event or recession or something like that. People wouldn't be kind of full porting into psychedelics and quantum and space names. So we're seeing the animal spirits, so I'm just focusing on those sectors that are getting really hot, and when they die up, then maybe I'll go and look to play gold or something like that after that. But as long as these things are cooking, I want to stay in that trend with them.
Yeah, and it always comes right back into it. Stick with the trend. The trend is your friend. True words have never been spoken. I want to personally thank you, but on behalf of all the viewers, thank you for that chart there on Ripple XRP. That looks very, very nice. Mr. Nas, Michael Nas. Also, Sean said it this morning, but I'll echo it because I didn't get a chance to say it myself. Happy belated Father's Day, of course. Hope you enjoyed it this weekend. I appreciate you there, Michael. I can't wait to talk to you at the end of the week. Hopefully everything continues to rally the way it has. We all love a bull market.
Let's hope. Bull markets are more fun. I'll see you guys on Friday.
Absolutely. Take care, brother.
Yeah.
See, that's what you got to do. You got to take the great mind, bring them in here, and then tax the ideas. So XRP, I like it. You'll probably see, well, you won't see me do it because I'll probably do the trade on my Coinbase account, so I won't be doing it live on XRP, but I'll probably pick some up if it breaks that channel. Before we get into roll call, there was something here on UNH there, right?
Yeah, it's more kind of UNH updates. Bloomberg reporting that the company is cutting commissions on some Medicare Advantage plans, so not a huge mover, just something to be aware of. Also, I was seeing some people in the chat ask about Lennar. They were saying they were seeing Lennar earnings tomorrow. That's because Lennar's conference call is tomorrow. Some of these companies that report in the evening, they'll do their conference call in the morning. That is the case. I checked in their website. They are actually reporting their earnings tonight, but the conference call will not be until tomorrow, and it does look like this is going to come at 5 p.m. as expected. In case you missed it, Digital Turbines here was a double beat, revenue and EPS beat. Guidance mixed right now, kind of chopping, but certainly up here from, I guess, this initial move. So good look.
Yeah, it wasn't able to actually break through that high on the daily chart. That's why we kind of show those levels as it comes in. Does not beat the expected move either. So while it's up 12% and while they did beat, a little bit of disappointment in terms of the momentum trade for tomorrow. But we'll see. It could always break that 570 tomorrow, which would be fantastic. Maybe it pulls an AMD. Maybe it pulls I would say Circle, but Circle was actually down for most of the afternoon. But it's an unbelievably wild day. It's always good when the market is strong, especially when we've had so much bad news come around. But I also wanted to give a big shout out to all of our viewers. You guys have been absolutely fantastic. All the support. Thank you to Nimrod, all those gifted memberships, and happy birthday to Nimrod as well. And I want to remind everybody, if you want to be in the chat and spread the love like we're about to do with the roll call, make sure you hit that subscribe button right now. I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button. I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button. That's my angry black voice. I actually have my Yahoo email. You can at me with it. It doesn't really matter. It's the one I use for junk. I love that gag. But shout out to everybody in our community. Right now, what I want you to do is give a big shout out to my man Fabian, who's still on the ones and twos, despite feeling a little bit under the weather. I can hear it, brother. You're doing a fantastic job. Shout out to Andre as well. Shout out to Ramin on our socials, killing it. Shout out to the Bash brothers. Give them some love. Joey Options and Street. Shout out to Sean. Shout out to Brenda, who's back from vacation. Shout out to Obi, who was filling in all the time for us. Shout out to Adara, making sure we all do not trade blind, which is a really, really big deal. We've come to rely on Adara. What would we do without her at this point? I don't even know how I get you. What am I doing? What's happening in the market? But as you do that, just type that love in the chat. And let's get some roll call action.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Neil. Thank you to Neil. Thank you to Sean. Thank you to Shree. Thank you to Joe. Thank you to Brendan. We have Ramin, Fabian, Andre, Obi last week filling in as well. Shout out to Obi. Shout out to Jeff, 369, Michael Mendoza, Jim Kramer, Indecisive Candle, Adam Duluth, Pitchbull, Jai Singh, Neil Roberts in the chat here saying go Stonks. We've got Ravine Millionaire Rahul, Derek Thompson, Adam Duluth, Bob the Dog, Susie Fox, Lazarus, Daryl Flinch, Dexter Did It, Discount Pointing Experts, Terry Dinkelberg, Michael DCA, Market Stevens, Johnson, Go Bills, Green Day, Dean, Tia, Yao Jay, Jim Kramer, Christopher Jones, T-Man Cool 24, Tyrone Hamilton, Smokey Love, Cookie. We'll end there. Thank you guys so much for being here with us every single day. We'll see you tomorrow, bright and early, 8:30 a.m. Hopefully, Lennar earnings will populate at some point.
Oh, they will come at some point. We'll be right there for you. And when the earnings call comes in tomorrow morning, we'll be right there for that, either in every single headline and all the trades that we can muster. Why? Because we're Trader TV Live, and we'll see you tomorrow.